The warm air hangs heavy like a mantle upon your shoulders. As you step off of the train, you are greeted with the sight of the town of Gaza. It's very simple mining town. No walls, just simple adobe buildings, and off to the side, a collection of tents from the nomadic Matu tribe. As you step down off of the train, having just arrived, it is midday, the hottest point in Providence, and the sweat begins to form on your brows immediately. First one off the train is Rio. What are you thinking? What are your thoughts on this mission?
Rio is often a man that voices his thoughts aloud. Not always, but often. And he has no qualms whatsoever whenever he steps off the train of removing his hat, wiping the sweat off of his forehead, and saying, "It is too damn hot out here. I need a drink. Where's the nearest watering hole?" He starts looking around.
If you were to say this out loud, one of the conductors standing off to the side would look over at you and say, it's the Lady Luck Saloon just over the ridge. You can find it in the center of town."
Well, that sounds just perfect. And he'll tip his hat to him. Much obliged. And he'll start heading that direction.
He would just nod to you. As the next person steps down off the train, he would give a quick look to the old man, to Asher, sizing you up and eyeing the revolvers at your waist. He'd lean in. "Don't cause any trouble, you hear? I know that you're here to do your job, but they're good people. Don't get reckless."
Well, reckless is as reckless comes. I plan to keep people safe, at least those that need it. Do I know you?
He just shakes his head. "No, but I know you, Peacekeeper. You guys caused quite the stir just yonder with the Black Hand. Heard about what happened down in the tunnels mining Bullet Stampede. Nasty business."
Word of Carrick's bombs are getting around, I think.
He nods. You'd be right.
I'll second that drink.
He nods. So if you don't cause any trouble, know the keep will be good to you. Got some of the best ale. Got a nice whiskey, I'm sure. And he would just nod appreciatively as you continued on your way. And he would eye the massive sniper rifle that just rests over Billy's shoulder. Kind of just shake his head. He wouldn't say anything to you. He'd just eye your gun.
"Howdy, sir. Name's Billy Carmichael. No, you don't care. I'm just another peacekeeper to you, but I'll let you know my goal isn't to cause any trouble just like the rest of us. It's just to make sure justice is served." And I just walk towards the tavern as well.
He just kind of huffs to himself and shakes his head, and looks up as Carrick, as you step down.
The tall, slender elf steps down and takes a set of goggles that he has on his head, pushes them up. You can see. You're rubbing your microphone. Perfect. He takes the goggles and pushes them up, and you can see that the light is almost too bright for him as his eyes adjust. He kind of scans over the horizon, and without really questioning what's going on, he takes one quick glance at the train conductor and begins to follow the others.
And he would just kind of give a nod to you as well, obviously eyeing the sawed shotgun that you're carrying at your waist or wherever you have it holstered. giving you the same look, kind of like don't cause any trouble. And he would go to close the door as one last person starts to step off.
So Fanuco reaches his hand forward and stops the door. It stoops down low and steps out of the train, and this rather tall Goliath is shrouded in shreds of fabric and different things, and the dust seems to swirl about him, and he just passes by the conductor at the door and follows after the others.
And the conductor would kind of watch the dust swirl and just shake his head, shutting the door and stepping up onto the train. Rio, as you lead the group, the mining town, mayhaps you've been here before, but now, before as where miners would be coming home at this hour, nobody walks the streets. The occasional individual darts from one house to the saloon, obviously not wishing to stay outside for long.
To nobody in particular, he kind of just watches people running this way and that, and to himself more than anyone else, he says, "Where are y'all going? Where's the rush? I don't see no fire." Folks are strange around these spots.
As you continue onwards towards the saloon, the dust kicking up beneath your feet, it is probably the one place in town that seems alive. You figure that people can always find comfort in their drinks. And from within the tavern, within the saloon, you hear shouting and laughing. A pair of people stumble out the door, give you a passing glance, see your badges, shake their heads, and walk the other way.
I don't think Rio's going to let that slow him down much. He's just going to kind of shoot them a crooked smile, and then he's going to keep right on into the swinging doors.
And does everyone else follow?
Yeah, Ash is kind of used to this. He's kind of a lean fellow for his height, and he typically gets a look like that. So he's just gonna stand up straight, kind of arch his back a little bit, and from the ride, and surveying the surroundings, but he's continuing forward.
Yeah, and as the rest of you make your way into the Lady Luck Saloon, you are met with a wave of smoke stepping in. Many cigars are held to lips, puffing away, and a myriad assortment of individuals can be found here. The bar is completely full. Many tables are full, but everyone looks up. Not everyone, but people look up at you and they start to stare. And as more and more eyes are drawn to you, it slowly becomes more and more quiet within the saloon itself.
Yeah, Panuco stares at the crowd and then steps back outside the saloon doors.
Okay. Yeah, you step back out, finding solace in the desert itself. What do the rest of you do?
Billy walks over to the counter area with the bartender, pulls out his few silver that he has, about 10 coins, and just puts them onto the counter and goes, I'd like you to get me a drink from me and my friends. I'm going to be staying here for possibly a little while.
The man at the bar would look up at you and nod. What's your name? And he
Name's
extends a
Billy.
hand to you. This is Wayne.
And Billy brings out his hand and grabs it firmly. Name's Billy Carmichael.
And he nods. And how much money did you put on the counter?
About 10 silver.
Okay. He nods and reaches under the bar, quickly retrieving several different sized glasses and mugs, and starts to fill them at the taps behind him. After a minute or so, he sets a whiskey in front of each of you.
Rio,
Cheers, fellas.
Rio downs his quickly, and then sets it back out like he's expecting it to be refilled.
And as you set it out with this expectant look on your face, he just smiles and shakes his head, takes it from your hand and kind of raises it knowingly and starts to fill it back up behind him.
I said, "You're a kind gentleman, regardless of what those individuals who just left this establishment said on their way out."
Kind of looks up at you, and what they say?
"Oh, good sir, I dare not repeat it. It's too crass."
He just gives you a long, assessing look. He says, "Don't repeat it. I'm no worse off than you're not hearing it." And he sets the whiskey back in front of you. "So what are you peacekeepers doing here?"
As
Or
the
rather,
as the others drink, Carrick takes his glass and slides it to the right over towards Rio, who I assume just picks up the second glass and puts it as part of the row of shots he's taking.
Yeah, absolutely, he does.
And you'll notice Asher do the same. And he kind of leans forward to Wayne and he says, "I'd like a glass of water, if you don't mind, please."
you just nod. Of course. No drinking on the job, or some of them are ignoring that, I guess. And he kind of looks very aimed at Rio, kind of giving him this look,
We
and
lost
reaches. He lost him, and he places a tankard of water in front of you.
When Asher places his order, Carrick goes up, puts his hand on the bar, and he knocks twice, just kind of to try and draw the attention.
And his eyes would shift back over to you. "You want the same?" And he would reach down and pull out some water as well and set it down in front of you and give you a nod.
Carrick will kind of take the mug with both hands and hold it very close, like he's probably lost something or grew up having to fight for what he has to hold.
He'll kind of give you a assessing look and say, "Well, with the money your friend put down, you can have anything you want to drink. Just let me know." Kind of look back to the rest of you. "So I'm assuming you're here over the sandstorm incident, right?" I mean, I'm making assumptions. If it's something else, you don't need to tell me. I'm just,
Well, I guess you could say it's business. Might be the sandstorm incident.
Why don't you tell us what you know, and we'll see if we can do anything to fix it.
As we're talking, I'm kind of looking around the room to see if all eyes are on us or anyone in particular.
people have gone back to their drinks, gone back to their card games. Some people still stare. Really perception check.
That would be a 13.
In particular, there's a large group of individuals wearing pretty much identical clothing, not miners, not townsfolk, not tribesmen, or I guess nomads, but they are dressed very similarly. You can't really tell who they are, you just notice them.
And they seem to be watching us or listening in, trying to listen in, or
Not listening in so much as giving you guys looks and kind of talking to each other. Several of them file out the door, and the others kind of like go back to their game of cards.
okay.
Rio is headed towards the table looking for a game.
And I'm gonna take my water and much obliged, and just sort of casually start strolling toward the saloon door and step out front and see if there's a chair. Mainly looking to see if Finuku is out there.
Yeah, Fanuka, what would you be doing?
Noka is standing on the porch outside and watching the dust and looking at the sunset. That's So yeah, he'd be there. I mean,
All right, so I'm gonna walk up to him and hold the mug out to you. Say, it's water this time. I'm not gonna trick you.
and there's a cold, raspy, dry laugh. And something that sounds like the sound of sand across metal. He takes the water. Thanks.
I may have backwashed in it though. Be careful.
And one big gulp down, and he hands the mug back to you.
And I'm going to kind of like touch my eye and kind of point over to the guys that are walking away, those nomads. And I'm just going to say suspicious. I'm going to go back in and get a drink.
He just nods. And he turns and kind of leans against the post and watches as the nomads are moving up the street.
I go back in and I put the mug on the counter and I say, give me a dark ale this time.
So I kind of raise at you as it kind of appraises you now that you're asking for ale. And he kind of just nods and rolls his eyes and reaches down under and pulls out another ale, setting it on the table. He looks at the half-drank water and says, are you going to finish that or should I clean it?
You can leave it.
He just nods. Rio, go ahead and make me a insight check to determine which table looks most open to you.
Got a 14.
Okay. You immediately know that the table with all those similarly dressed figures, they're not very open to you. They don't want you to come over there. Several other tables look like they're in heated games among friends. You see one where there's it's kind of a mixed group. One of these people wearing this similar clothing, a nomad, and two of the townsfolk, two miners. But you see variable options look fairly open to you.
Is there a place at the table with these cultist, nomad-looking fellows?
I should probably explain. These people don't look like nomads.
Okay,
what they look like is they look more civilized than the nomads do. If civilized, like they're kind of dressed fairly well. Several of them look like they might be even scientists of some sort. But there's a seat that opens up as somebody goes to the bar to grab a drink.
They look like they have money.
Oh, it looks like they have money.
Yeah, I'm going to lower my ass right into that empty chair.
And it goes silent as they all look at you. Kark, what are you doing?
I'm sorry. I failed to understand what you just called me.
I was talking to Karik.
Sorry.
Carrick drinks at the cup and finally he sets it down, and it's mostly gone at this point. There's only a little bit that's left, and he just kind of swivels the chair around and remains silent as he kind of takes in the whole room, keying in on the fact that Valentine is now sitting at a table full of men that look like they might upturn it on him.
I want you to roll me a perception check.
Okay. 16.
As you swivel around and start eyeing the crowd, you notice that you're getting glares. your kind, quote unquote, the elves are not very welcome in Providence. And seeing you here sitting among all of them, they're not incredibly happy about it. No one said anything yet, but you get a couple glares. You catch some eyes.
This has almost become commonplace for Carrick. It's part of the reason why he's chosen not to speak just yet. He figures it's better if he stays silent. Some people might think he's been taken in as a servant to one of the other gentlemen that are part of the group. But he knows ever since getting his star, it has done nothing to help him out with the locals.
Yeah, you get a double dosage of wariness from everyone, seeing the star in your ears. And as you turn and look, these people, they cast glances at you, and anyone whose eyes you meet, they look away, but then you'd feel them back on you immediately as your gaze shifted away. Back over to the table then with Rio. So you sit down at this table, and several of these people, they look up at you. They're very well dressed. Two of them are. One of them looks like he's wearing some sort of a worker's garb. But they look up at you, and they don't say anything.
So does that mean that this is a new hand then?
They still don't say anything. They just stare you down, and they say, "You weren't invited to the table, Peacekeeper."
Oh, I see. Well, I was looking for a friendly game. Apparently, I must have come to the wrong place.
And one of the better dressed gentlemen leans forward. "Indeed, you did."
Oh, you're sending shivers down my spine. I swear it feels just like somebody walked over my grave. Now, who are you again, sir? I hadn't had the pleasure yet.
Kind of just looks at you, staring you down, and looks to the other two. The name's Dustin, but it's not important to you. Now, as you can see, our friend is returning. If you wouldn't mind standing up and leaving, it would be very much appreciated.
Oh, well, yes, sir, Mr. Dustin. Excuse me for stepping on your toes and all. But, you wouldn't happen to know anything about all this black dust that's been gathering around this town?
He leans forward. "You aren't stepping on my toes yet, but you're about to. As for the dust, we don't know." And roll insight.
16.
He's being both honest and dishonest. You believe that he maybe doesn't know what it is, or maybe how it's caused, but he maybe knows something about it.
Okay. Yeah, Rio's gonna stand up very slowly. And excuse himself from the table. And as he's walking away, he'll stop by the gentleman that he actually spoke with, Dustin, and he'll say, and just so we are perfectly clear, if I do step on your toes, you won't have any idea what you've gotten yourself into, son. And he's going to keep walking.
And you hear the smile on his face as he says, "I'm not afraid of you, Peacekeeper. Keep walking."
And he does so.
Asher, as you're leaning across the bar, the barkeep finishes serving up some drinks and then comes back over to you. "I couldn't help but notice that you took the drink outside full and came back with it half empty. Is there somebody is your friend not coming in for a reason, or?"
He just doesn't like crowded rooms so much. It's better for all of us.
I see. Well, he might want to bring himself in soon, if calculations are correct. Sometime shortly, within today or tomorrow, there's supposed to be another storm. And he'd look over at you, Billy, and he'd say, "You're reaching about the end of your tab, by the way."
Go ahead and keep just filling their drinks. I got the money for it. As I tap my fine hat.
He would just nod to you. So, "Very well." Immediately refilling your whiskey and turning back towards the two of you again.
Billy's
you are
just
here
like
for-
nursing it slowly.
What do you know about the sand?
Yeah, the sand that comes is black. I know that.
He's kind of wheezing as he laughs. It's good. Can I get an insight check to see if...
Yeah, you can roll insight.
Lots of 10s tonight.
Is that 10 total?
No, 10 on the dice. Let me get the bonus. That is a 16 total.
Okay, yeah, sweet. As far as you can tell, he's being utterly and completely honest with you. You know he's probably heard rumors.
What have you heard?
Okay, yeah, he looks at you and leans across the bar. But I'm sure you've already been briefed then on what's actually happening. Being peacekeepers as you are, he kind of waves to the three of you still sitting at the bar. Started about a month and a half ago. The first disappearance, the first storm. Now, what I've heard, that's a different story. I hear things around the bar, around my establishment. And let's just say the people have mixed opinions about what's happening to the nomads. And as far as you're aware, you didn't know that, like, well, so he'd probably look at you and he'd say, you were told it was just the nomads who were being affected, yes?
Was I? I don't recall saying that. Tell me more. And I'd roll a persuasion.
Yeah, go ahead.
A total of a 20?
He slowly nods and says, all of the disappearances have been elves from that tribe, the Matu. Only them. Never miners, never your friends over there. And he kind of points over to the men wearing their similar garb, kind of darker clothing, several kind of business looking, others not necessarily vagrant, but they're wearing dusters and stuff, like as if they're there to protect the others. Says those are the only ones affected. The Matu. That's it.
Asher's just going to reach in his vest and kind of palm a gold piece and a tip for a tip. And he kind of reaches out like he's holding it over his hand.
He looks down at the coin and says, for a tip like this, I could tell you something else. And he leans forward. Now listen when I tell you that I don't think it's a coincidence that the storm started a month and a half ago, and he looks over at the group of people, came here 2 months ago. If you're catching my drift.
I got it.
And his hand would slip over yours and remove the gold coin, but then you'd find 5 silver. And he says, I'm not a barkeep who likes to cheat men. I pay in tips, yes, but I do not need to steal your money.
And as I'm taking it back, I actually take his hand and just sort of shake it twice before I take it back and nod at him. I look over at Billy and Carrick and probably Rio, who's returning to the table or the bar. I'm not sure if he's coming back to the bar or not. And I'm going to look out the door. Is Funik still kind of pacing in front of the door?
So while this is all going on, Funik, I want you to make me either Arcana or Perception check.
Arcana or perception. Okay. Yeah. And okay. That's a 19.
And was that Arcana or Perception?
That was Arcana.
Okay. You being of the desert, being so closely tied to the desert, you feel almost like a ripple that passes through the ground. And it comes. Roll me a perception check now.
All right, that's an 11.
You can tell the ripple seems to come from somewhere in the northwest region from the town. You can't really pinpoint it, but you feel the ripple come from that direction.
Okay. And I don't know what would we do to. I know you asked us, one of the other players, if they'd already been here once before. I was going to ask you how it determined if I myself had been here once before.
That's up to you. I'll leave that up to you.
All right. So yeah. Finoco does his best to try and recall, if he can, what lays in the northwest region past this town. And did he see the nomads leave in that direction, or did they head a different direction?
So these people you watch, they went in that direction, yeah. But the nomads, they went in that direction too, but they kind of split off. Like the nomads went back towards the eastern end of town where their tents were, but these individuals went northwest-ish.
Okay. All right. And has there been any other changes, like the wind change or anything? We got anything in the surrounding areas changed other than it's like the sun setting? And
well, as you looked in that direction, you kind of just frowned, kind of feeling that change, that shift, that pulse. You were to look up, and you would see. At first, you would think it was a cloud kind of moving towards over the sun, but then you see that it's black, and the shadow that it's creating is too deep. And then you know that it's a sandstorm as the wind starts to pick up and gust.
Right. So Finoco would turn and push his way back, stooping into the door, and push his way into the bar, and just stand on the other side of the double doors there, and it comes. And he just stands there at the door.
Well, it's a good thing you're not being cryptic or anything. Do you care to elaborate, Finoco?
The black sands, they blow.
Oh, swell. Sounds like we're going to be here for a while.
And as you said that out loud, several faces would turn and look at you, and they'd look at each other, and they would toss their ales back, stand to their feet, and rush out the door trying to get home before the storm arrives.
And they'd be trying to push past this huge Goliath standing at the door.
Yeah, you'd kind of get jostled a bit, not like rudely, but they jostle past you on their way out the door.
Did any of them happen to leave any of the pots sitting on the table that they were gambling at?
No, they did not.
Shucks.
I was going to ask, was the one that Rio had gone to the table and had the conversation with, did they seem to be in a hurry to leave as well?
No, they would just look up at hearing this, kind of give you an eye, and just shake their heads and go back to their game. It looks like they don't have a problem staying here for longer.
All right. Kind of just lean into one of the others, going a little strange that everybody else is getting uppity about the sands, but we have a few well-dressed men deciding that they don't need to rush home.
Wait, who'd you say that to?
Just, I believe Ash is next to me.
And oh goodness, I keep butchering your name. Is it Carrick or Carrick? I think it's Carrick, right?
I think it's Carrick.
And Ash and Carrick are next to you.
Yeah. So basically, I'm just trying to lean in, try and remain quiet enough that nobody else is hearing me but them. So relatively quiet, and make that comment.
Say that again. I seem to have missed over the din of the bar.
It's a little strange that everybody else is rushing out, but a few well-dressed men decide that they don't need to get home in time when storms are coming.
That's a good point.
I'm thinking Rio just didn't show enough coin to join their game, unfortunately.
Rio, you seem to have lost your touch.
According to who? Whatever she said, I swear to you, is not the truth.
Hey, Wayne. I kind of wave over the bartender.
He would approach you again, seeing your half-filled drink. He'd reach under the bar and fill it back up again, keeping you guys at full.
Obliged. What's the story? If the sands are so dangerous, then why do you think they're staying?
He looks over at them. Well, they're not locals. Like I said, they arrived 2 months ago. They've got a longer distance to travel. They're staying outside the town, further than the nomads, but
Slow on the uptake I am.
So they have their own
alcohol talking.
That's why I nurse my ale instead of slam it like Rio. He's more of the gambler anyway, so.
So are they staying at an encampment just outside of town, not too far, or do they have a place to stay in town?
The outside town. They've got themselves some tents and some bear fortification set up. They've been there a while, like I said, 2 months, but it doesn't look like they're meant to stay. There's meaning to stay there permanently.
Makes it a little bit harder to go looking around that area, I guess.
Kind of looks at you and says, well, I mean, if you're peacekeepers, they can't deny you access, can they?
They can deny all they want. Doesn't mean that they're allowed to. Or they'll stop us.
Kind of puts a finger to his nose and tips it towards you. Like, yep.
Well, do you have a place to stay for keep us for the night? Because we don't really have a place to go.
You just nod. I've got a couple rooms. We don't get many visitors through here, and the only ones we have are living outside town, so.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and buy us 3 rooms. And off the top of my head, I don't remember what the cost is, but I just go ahead and place down 5 gold.
He would look down at it, and he would slide 3 of them away and take those. And then he'd break one of them into multiple silver pieces and take those as well and say, that's for the drinks. This will keep paying for the drinks for the rest of the night. And those are for the room. And he says, Lawman's discount.
Much obliged.
And he would kind of lean towards you and say, one friend's quiet, though. As he's looking over at Carrick.
He's not the most talkative sort. He's good company, though. Billy is saying this, kind of having his eye constantly shift over to the men at the table gambling, wanting to try to keep an eye on them, but try to be subversive with it.
Let me see. Roll me. You're kind of giving them like stealthy looks. Go ahead and do stealth, like to do it without them noticing.
All right.
They're the only other people left in the bar, right?
So there's you guys. There's the group of like 6 or 7 people playing their cards over there. Lots of people got up. There's a small group of nomads still in the bar. And they're kind of giving each other like worried looks. Like they've decided they don't want to try and make it back home.
Is there
there's a couple other patrons.
Is there an empty table near the door then?
Yeah, there's one right next to the door.
Okay, so Fanuco would sit down, and before he sits down, there's a flourish of his traveling clothes, and you see he puts this long rifle on the table and starts dismantling it and he's cleaning it and whatnot. He's just sitting there keeping an eye on the rest of the room.
As you look over at them, Billy, you lock eyes with one of them immediately, and he's just staring at you unabashedly. There's no malice in his eyes, no vehemence there. He's just staring at you.
All right. Let's go ahead and see if Lady Luck has some favor for me as I kind of wrap my hands on the counter and I go back over instead, grabbing a chair from another table and placing it down, going, "What's the ante?"
Kind of looks at you, and he looks at what you're wearing, and they've been paying attention that you've been paying for all this stuff. Well, currently we're running 2 gold.
I'll buy in.
And they kind of look at each other for a second and give each other wide looks, and they look back at you. All right. And they deal you some cards. So here's my question for you. Are you going to try and cheat, or are you going to just play the game out?
I'm just going to play the game out.
Okay. So to make simplify things, I want you to roll me a luck dice.
7.
Okay, you were dealt a very, very good hand. Not the best you could get, but you got a very good hand. And now I want you to roll me insight to see if you should stay or if you should, yeah.
I got a natural 20, so 23.
You can tell that these guys are bluffing just like sand. Like they're blowing wind right now.
I'm going to do a deception to kind of try to egg them on to give me more coin.
Okay, go ahead, and I'll have them roll insight against you.
That is a 19 I rolled.
Okay, 19. If I didn't do 20. Okay. Oh god, these guys. Okay. 2 of them. Okay, so one of them folds, and the other 2 keep their hands.
All right. With that, I go in with 3 more gold.
Oh, the pot. Okay. You drop 3 more gold in, and they kind of look at the pot, and they look at you, and they start to frown a bit as you seem to be playing them. Another one folds, but the other one keeps his hand, and he's just staring at you intently, and he puts 3 gold in the center.
Like a man that knows that risks are worth the reward. And I just put another gold piece down.
And as you put another gold piece into this, he folds. And as you reveal your hand far outstrips his.
Nice playing with you fellas. So I hear that you're newcomers here as well, as I take my pot.
And one of them looks up sharply. And where would you hear that from?
Well, we just showed up. We asked questions. They're going to tell us who are new.
And he would kind of look at you and look at the other 2 guys sitting with him. And they would eye you, kind of glaring. Not really glaring, but they don't trust you. Yeah?
You don't have to tell me nothing. I'm fine with just buying us a few more drinks and playing a few more cards.
Kind of like leans back in his chair. So we only drink the good stuff.
Well, you did just give me a bunch of your money, so I guess I could use it to buy some drinks.
And to this, his face instantly goes from this pensive look to like a frown. It's fine. Go ahead, buy some drinks then.
And I look over at the barkeep going, "Give me a bottle of whatever you have that's good."
And he kind of like looks at you and nods and reaches under the, he kind of leaves the room for a second. It comes back with like a dusty bottle, which he wipes off a bit. He takes it and sets it on the counter within arm's reach of you and then goes back to the other people.
I just take the bottle, open up the bottle, and I start feeding them drinks. Being the gentleman, I feed their glasses first. And I go back to filling mine and close it up and start nursing my drink again.
Okay. And they just take a drink of it, and they just, like, their faces just go from this anger to kind of like a smile, and they nod to each other, and they continue to drink. We're going to go to back to the bar. Carrick, as you're sitting there, just taking everything in stuff, I want you to roll me a perception check to smell something.
Okay. 25.
Being the alchemist that you are, you instantly pick up on a strange, bitterish smell as the room kind of clears out a bit. And you know that this smell is gray root. And when pulverized, it's very powerful. It's a very powerful explosive. And the smell is very, very strong from the group sitting over in the corner.
Carrick will reach into the satchel he has at his side and start pulling out a couple vials, one with some crystals, another with a little bit of water. And he just starts setting out a couple things and some tools, and he takes off his set of goggles that he's wearing, and he begins kind of tinkering with them a little bit. But what he's actually doing is this is all just kind of a cover so that he can kind of eavesdrop a little bit more on the conversation that's happening at that table.
Yeah, as you kind of, because so there's a group playing at the table and another group sitting behind that group. And as you're kind of doing this deceptively, roll me perception at advantage as they think that you are busy with whatever tools you're making.
Okay, that's going to be an 18.
You hear small conversation. You're going to pick out a couple words. You hear excavation. You hear any luck. You hear, what about the storms, though? And that's basically the gist of what you pick up.
Okay. Kind of continuing the ruse of kind of making adjustments on the goggles and whatnot. He just keeps his ears open.
Yeah, and you just continue to listen in on the conversation as you deceptively work on your arcanics, on your creation. Jumping over to Asher, Rio, talking to Wayne. Wayne would look up at Fanuku sitting at the table. Get over here. Nobody sits alone. Come on. I don't care how big you are. Come and use a stool. If it breaks, it breaks.
And Fanuco looks up and he's in the part way through disassembling and cleaning his rifle, and he quickly puts it back together, and as he's walking over to the bar, he's got it like cradled in his arm, and you can see him. He's loading these stone slugs into the chamber. And he clicks it back into place and re-slings it. Water will be fine.
All right. I understand. You took your water out to you. You only drink water. That's fine. But come and sit at the bar. No one sits alone. And he sets a water in front of you. And then he would look back to Asher and Rio, and now you sitting there too, Fanuku, and say, so, anything else I can do to help you, gentlemen? And at about this point, the wind picks up, and the doors to the saloon start to swing. You see black dust skittering across the floor, black sand.
How long does one of these storms tend to last?
He looks at you. It depends, really. Generally, a couple hours. Usually, maybe an hour, just one.
You got anything to eat?
That we do. What could I interest you in? Some meat, stew?
You have anything with a little bit of a finer palate to it?
And he says, how fine are we talking?
Well, I do love a nice roasted lamb shank, if you happen to have one.
And he says, "We do. I'll go and retrieve that for you."
That sounds wonderful.
And you would walk around the bar, going back in that back room again, and you'd hear him talking to somebody and kindling, and then a couple sparks and a crack as a fire starts back there.
Fanuco would finish the glass of water and then approach he would go back towards the double doors, the saloon doors, and he would like prop the glass down on the floor so that as the wind was blowing in, he could collect some of this black sand.
Yeah, as you put it down on the ground, some of the sand starts to filter into it, kind of like snow, and it starts to fill steadily. The nomads at their table start to argue, and one of them raises his voice and says, "We should get back to the camp." And then the others kind of hush him down, and they kind of look around to see if anyone heard them, I guess. And they're trying to calm him down, but he just shakes his head. No, we need to go now. We need to get back to the camp. And they nod, and they stand up with him to leave.
So Fanuco is over there, hunched over this, in the doorway, and he looks up at as they're moving his direction, and is it safe for you to leave?
They would glance to the corner where the group sits, and they say it's not safe for us to stay. And they push the door open and leave.
The group of well-dressed gentlemen, if you will.
Yeah. And you would see that the group that's giving the most glares, that was giving the most glares to Carrick, are glaring at them, and it's this group that's sitting in the corner.
Fanuco would set the glass on the table and like Carrick, and he would step out into he'd put his face wrap up and step out into the blowing sand, just to visually follow after where the nomads are heading.
Yeah, they're making their way back towards where their camp is. You see them take the same direction until they disappear into the sand. It's very, very thick out there.
And then Fanuco would step back inside the bar and walk back to the actual bar itself.
As you walk back to the bar, taking this mug of black sand with you, we're going to hurry and jump back over to Billy real quickly. They are smiling as they drink their drink, and they look up as the nomads leave, and several of them kind of spit to the side onto the floor, very rude, mocking gesture, and take another sip of their alcohol.
Not too keen on the nomadic folk around here, it seems. As I drink a little bit.
And they say, well, Dustin leans in. The point eaters can leave off. They've been nothing but trouble to us. Then he kind of clams up as if he said too much and leans back and takes another drink, eyeing you.
Well, people land will cause trouble. It's half my job to take care of that part as well.
Is that a veiled threat?
It's kind of a veiled threat.
Okay, if you want it to be more heavy, you can roll intimidation. If not, you can just leave it, roll deception or something to make it. Well, do you want it to be a heavier threat or like just kind of it's out there?
I think it's more of an out there. Like I'm stating it, like it's not a direct threat. I'm not telling him he's gonna be trouble and we'll take care of him kind of deal. Okay, but it's kind of me just telling him that we will deal with problems.
Yeah, he would just kind of eye you as you said this and just go back to his drink, not saying anything. From behind the bar, Wayne comes with the platter of with lamb shank, and he sets it in front of you. It smells very, very good. And there's kind of herb encrusted, roasted, over a fire.
Takes a big, deep whiff of it. That smells almost just like the one that my granny used to make. You wouldn't happen to have any mint jelly, would you?
And as you say this, he turns the platter, and it's already sitting there.
Well, look at you, Mr. Wayne. You are just a sight to behold.
And he gives you like a bow. Like it's like a very like clumsy bow, but he kind of gives this bow over his pot belly. And he looks at Carrick and he looks at Ash, and he says, "I got a couple of the shanks over the fire if you want some too."
Rio says with a mouthful already. Don't be shy now. Y'all go ahead and have something to eat.
Carrick doesn't really even acknowledge it. He started breaking out a couple other materials from his bag, kind of slowly taking up the 2 seats like next to him. So I'm imagining that Rio has to kind of shift his stool a little bit over as more and more vials come out of this satchel. Carrick begins the ritual to detect magic. He's taken this glass with the sand on it, and he keeps adding some additives, and he's sifting it, and he's kind of running it through a couple different test tubes, like right on the bar top, unless he gets told otherwise.
You'd get weird looks from Wayne, but he wouldn't tell you to stop. You can roll me either Arcana, Medicine, or Nature as you are working on this. And if you have proficiency with an herbology kit, you can use that too.
I do in all of them, but I'm using the actual detect magic spell.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
So basically, after a little bit, I should be able to see if there are any magical auras and determine the school that it is.
As you are kind of looking at this sand, you add a couple of different mixtures to it, kind of toss in some chemicals, and suddenly the sand starts to give off this kind of a golden yellow light. And with your training, with everything you know about these properties, you know that this is transmutation.
And Carrick's got like a little litmus type paper next to him, and he's comparing it to like this chart, and he sees it. Okay, and puts it down. He's going to continue analyzing, and that's when I'll do the Arcana roll, which will be a 24.
Okay, so 24 on the Arcana on this.
Mm-hmm.
You see, as you're looking at the sand, something that strikes you as very, very strange. Transmutation, yes, but the sand moves by itself, almost as if it's living in this jar. It almost seems like it's magnetized or drawn to go and become one with the sandstorm again.
Okay. After a little bit more tinkering with it, Layden will begin mixing the crystals with that liquid vial that he brought out at the beginning. And after that has mixed together, it makes kind of this green viscous fluid. And he'll go outside. His intent is to pour acid on it, but he doesn't want to ruin anything in the bar.
Okay, you want to pour acid onto the sand itself?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as you were to remove this vial and you start to lean in to pour, we're going to jump back over to the table with, goodness, Billy. So he kind of clams up right after saying this, eyeing you.
Right. Well, I think this is going to be my final hand before I start taking a snooze myself. How about we up the ante?
They kind of look at each other. 2 gold, 5 silver, and they slide into the center. Go ahead and roll me luck dice.
Not so lucky, 2.
Okay. Your hand isn't bad. In fact, you think you might be able to win, but you're not quite sure. So now this time I want you to roll me deception.
All right. Rolled a 17. That makes it a 20.
Okay. Okay, so the game continues. One of them slides an extra gold in, upping the pot.
All right. I put 2 in.
Okay, roll me deception. Or you can do persuasion even to try and...
It's going to be the same either way. I'm not trained in either.
Okay.
16.
Okay. With that, you think one of them folds, convinced you probably got something good. The other 2 look at you steely-eyed, and they up their ante too.
And without so much as a second thought, I just put 5 gold in.
5 gold. Okay. The 2 of them look at each other, and one of them bows out, but Dustin stays in, and he drops 5 gold on the table as well.
I do like you, Dustin. I don't actually think he told me his name. I do like you, sir. How
And he
about
kind of just nods to you and says, Dustin.
Billy, as you probably heard my name. I grab the brandy and I place it into the center.
And his eyes widen, and he kind of sits back in the chair. And he leans back forward, and he turns the bottle to see what it is, like what brand, and he shakes his head and drops another 5 gold into the table.
I'll call.
Okay, and he smiles, and he sets down his hand, and it definitely beats yours. You got an 8 on the luck dice.
Yeah.
He flushes.
That's why you always keep lucky. You hope that you can buy your way out the rest of the way. And
he smiles and leans forward. And as he leans forward, roll me a perception check.
Oh, I'm actually good at that one. That is a 23.
The coat of his duster shifts slightly, and you see stitched onto the upper chest of his clothing a symbol. It looks like a skull, and in the center of it is a crack. And he leans back up, adjusts his duster, slides the money into his pouch, and picks up the brandy and nods to you. And and the others stand up behind him, and they start to walk out the door.
You have a good night. As I walk over to Wayne to pay, because I don't think I actually stated I paid. I pay Wayne for the bottle of brandy.
Okay. He charges you 4 gold for it.
All right.
As you put the gold on the counter, a sound of rushing footsteps reaches your ears, and bursting through the door of the saloon come 3 nomads. 2 of them are kind of ripped and bloody and panting, and the other one has kind of just got this look of fear on his face. When they left, you recognize all 3 of them. When they left, there were 4.
Where'd your friend go? Oh,
Kind of like look at you, and they look back at each other. They say something attacked us out in the sand.
Danuka motions for them to come closer. Again.
Yeah, all 3 of them are wounded.
And they, 2 of them are wounded, 1 of them is not, and then one of them is missing. You've got to come with us. You've got to come help us.
So I'm going to walk over and start inspecting his wounds.
Okay.
And
Billy walks towards. Oh, sorry. Billy
doing a
walks
medicine
over
check on him. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and make me medicine.
For a total of 10.
Okay.
He looks wounded.
The closest thing you can compare these wounds to is something that a dog's claws or a dog's bite would make.
Okay.
Fanuco's standing there, and he does the same thing, and I got a 25.
Much better.
And additionally, with a 25, as you're kind of inspecting one of them, you find a clean wound that only a dagger could make.
Any chance that so did their blood collect any of the black sand on their way back in?
Most definitely, their blood is mingled with the black sand. Only the cuts that were caused by what appear to have been dogs. The dagger wound, no.
And leaning over the first guy, and actually the other guy, I put my hand over and I put him on him, and I say, sort of softly, I say, Kelemvor, Lord of the dead, Judge of the damned, I implore you to give you righteous light, and through my hands heal this vessel. And I give him back 5 hit points each.
Yeah, that would be enough to put them back within healthy range. You see wounds start to seal. And then you kind of, you're surprised. Those wounds that were caused by the claws and the bite, they don't seal effectively. They're a lot harder to seal than the other one, it seems. They kind of seal part way, and then they split back open again. Not as large as they were before, but blood still trickles out of them.
Like
Fanuco
possibly a poison effect, or?
You're not really sure, unless you were to maybe Arcana or Medicine it again.
Fanuco points to the wounds. We need to clean.
That doesn't matter. You have to come with us. They've taken him.
Billy is going towards the double doors, going, which way did he go? You stay here because you're wounded, as he pulls out one of his revolvers.
The one that isn't injured runs after you. Come with me. I know where it was. I know what happened.
All right.
Fanuco looks over at
Go with me.
Fanuco steps up and follows after Billy.
Okay. Is anyone else going, or who's staying behind?
Yeah, I'm going with him. And I look over at Wayne and I say, can you get these men some water, please?
He's already on it. He's got like gauze and everything already on the counter.
Yeah, Rio has his napkin to his mouth and he's wiping, a couple of times, kind of wiping his hands. It doesn't look like he's in any big rush. And he kind of places it next to the platter, and he kind of pushes himself back away from the table and stands up and stretches. Says, that was delicious. I suppose it looks like we are leaving now.
He just nods. You paid for your room. Come back when you're ready to stay here, I guess.
Well, thank you kindly, Wayne.
He just nods to you. And he goes about patching up these two guys.
Rio exhales, kind of takes his hat and runs his fingers along the inside rim, kind of reshaping it after he's had it sitting on the table. Then he puts it back on his head and heads to the door. Well, Carrick, you coming with or you staying?
Do you want to do the acid portion first? Because if I haven't done it, I'm staying to do the acid. If I have done it, then I'll probably go with them. As long as
if you remained focused during the entirety of this, you can do the acid thing right now.
Yeah, that would be the intent. I see them coming, but that they'll alert me if I become necessary to that situation. But whatever's happening here seems more interesting to me.
Yeah, you pour the acid over the sand into this vial and start mixing it up, kind of swirling it like a centrifuge. And the acid actually turns black. And you still see the particles of sand swirling in it.
Ripping off a piece of fabric from kind of this pretty tattered bandana he keeps around his neck, just kind of like a small little thread almost. He throws that on the ground and he's going to pour it on top of it to see if it still remained as acid or if it's changed.
And as you pour it over this piece of fabric, the piece of fabric, it doesn't burn and sizzle like acid would. Instead, it kind of curls on itself and becomes blackened and hardened.
With a set of tweezers, he'll pick that up, drop it in a vial, and cork it as Valentine comes out and says, "Are you coming?" And Carrick looks up, yeah. And he takes the vial and stuffs it into the satchel. Carrick left a bunch of ingredients on the table where Wayne is put out his gauze. And as he starts to walk away, the ingredients disappear in the order that they came out of Carrick's bag, just one right after another off the counter.
Yeah, Wayne's kind of like reaching to like maybe put some of it away, and it starts disappearing. He kind of like leans back, like surprised, and he looks up at you and looks down at it and kind of just like shakes his head, as if like, and then he kind of like rubs it, like maybe he thinks he's drunk, and then he kind of just like, no, I haven't had anything to drink today, and he looks at you, looks back at it, and then looks to the two people who need his attention. It goes to them.
But Carrick will follow.
Okay, as you step out, and Asher, you're going with him too, right?
I am.
Okay, awesome.
Drawing up a veil over my head and kind of wrapping it around back. We've been through dust storms before, maybe not like this, but yeah, ready for it.
This is not a sandstorm you could have ever been ready for. As you wrap this around your face, the sand almost seems to cling to your body. It doesn't get pushed off with the wind. It's almost as if it congeals there and meshes together, almost as if it were mud, but not. It's still gritty, but it holds to your body. I need all of you to make me athletics checks to continue walking through this.
I got a 19.
A BC 13, so I'm thinking everyone succeeded. Oh, never mind. Okay, you step out into this and you feel almost as if your body is becoming like stone. Like you're reaching forward and leaning into it, but then slowly your legs don't stop moving the way you want them to.
So Fanilko turns around and looks to see that the rest of the group is moving and seeing it's Asher, right? So he turns around and he actually picks up Asher. It begins moving off into the wind. So
It doesn't quite feel right. It's kind of
Nor
like
should it.
that drink we had down south. You know, those crazy-eyed boys were brewing it, kind of whispering behind him. Burned all the way down.
and you can feel Fanilko shaking his head. He was like, "Oh, that was bad."
And as you carry your ally through this storm, following this nomad along the path, he takes a right down a street, and then he continues on for a while, and then takes a left into an alleyway. You can see lights in the distance, torch lights from where the nomads are probably making their camp. And he's like, "It was here. It was right here." And he leans down and kind of starts rummaging through the black sand, and he pulls out a scimitar. This was his. Where is he, though?
I like even though it's windy and such, I'd like to try to take a look around and investigate the scene as much as possible. I know the sand has probably covered up most of the trail, but there may be some signs of dragging.
So while you're standing in the sand, you can only see 10 feet in front of you. So go ahead and make me a perception check at disadvantage. Or investigation.
Are we moving into the wind?
Yeah, you're moving into the wind.
So Fanilko goes up and actually he goes up about 10 feet further than everybody else and stands there as a windbreak. He sets Asher down in front of him, so he's got his back to where the wind's blowing down. So he kind of creates this, tries to create a windbreak so that they can.
You can see about 15 feet now. Then it gives you a little bit more of area that you can investigate. So instead of taking disadvantage, give yourself a -3.
Okay. And that's either perception or investigation?
Yeah, one or the other.
16 plus 6, 22, -3 is 19.
Okay. As you dig around in the sand, looking about, you find blood beneath the sand, kind of mixed in with the normal sand. And additionally, you find a strange-looking curved dagger. For how long the effect lasts, it's going to last until somebody either cleans you off or until the sandstorm ends, or until you succeed on a strength saving throw.
Pinocchio's looking at Asher all covered in black, and he kind of picks him up and like does a quick shake and see if he can like dislodge the and then sets him back down.
Yeah, it would come away almost like a mud mask, like cracking and falling apart. But next time you want to move through the sand, you're gonna have to make that athletics or dexterity check again. Yeah, you're fine to move now.
All right, so as he picked me up and shook me, I'm kind of like, watch my ass, you big oaf. And as he sets him back down, he just kind of reaches down and rubs his hands down his legs and like pats him on the shoulder and like, that'll do. And
yeah,
kind of goes to take a look.
Panuka wasn't trained in propriety. I mean, he lifted you literally by the sides of your legs, and his hands firmly gripped your butt.
I usually charge for that, buddy.
Pinocchio flips you a gold coin.
You've been overcharged.
But so was it Billy that found the knife?
Yes. And I was about to say, I pick up the knife, holding the hilt barely by my hands, as much to try to keep it contained, but to not brandish the knife. And going, "Is this your friends as well?"
The nomad shakes his head very quickly. No. That was the thing that one thing was using. That was the dagger the one thing was using.
I'm like, I tap Asher on the shoulder. Pinocchio taps Asher on the shoulder. That was a blade.
Okay.
All right. Well, until we can properly investigate, I guess we're going to go ahead and put this in my bag and I think I changed accents. And put the dagger into my bag for investigation later to try to see if anything's weird about it.
I'm going to say Thanuku, Carrick, and let me see, who else do I think might know about this? Asher, because you've been around so long. You can make history checks on the dagger.
I'm too much of a youngin' to know my history.
Okay, as you look at this dagger, you realize you noted that you've seen something like this before, Carrick. And it kind of starts to come back to you. You see in a moment your upbringing, you see the village that you lived in, and you remember the chief, the shaman, basically, of your nomads, carrying a dagger very similar to this. But that was a long, long time ago. These things are archaic now. They're relics of an ancient time.
Carrick kind of clears his throat. It's a ceremonial blade. It's carried by a group shaman, a tribe. It's not typically common anymore. Most tribes have abandoned that way. I don't really recall what exactly it was used for, but if it's for striking out and killing others of your own kind, that's probably not that great.
And the nomad would look up.
Well, I'd make a good tool to make it look like you're not doing a job, but having other nomads kill each other.
And he
Could be
looks
a
at you.
plan. Good point, Billy.
The nomad would look at you and he'd say, no, these weren't humans. These weren't humans that attacked us. These weren't things. These weren't.
Well,
There was something else.
things. We're in the sandstorm. What do they look like? Are they Yeti or what?
No, they were big. They were large. They were made of the sand. They had not wolf. What's the word?
Coyote?
No. Jackal. Their heads were like jackals.
Jackal man?
At the sound of jackals, Pinocchio's like, he's like, check again. Check.
There were four of the jackal things, and there was one frail looking. He was wearing tattered clothing. His face was wrapped, and he had he kind of closed his eyes and he's thinking for a second. He was using that dagger. That was his dagger. And as he looks up past you, Fanuku, his eyes widen, and he starts to step away. That's one of them.
Pinocchio turns around and is holding. Well, he's actually holding nothing, but you see anybody that would be close enough would see that his hands actually transform into these big like stone claws, and he's like he's prepared himself.
Yeah, but as you turn and look, there's nothing there. But suddenly, in front of you, out of the sand, rises a massive figure. Its chest is bulging with muscle. Its arms are thick as a tree trunk. And its head is a jackal's head. One rises up in front of you, Fanuku. One rises up in front of the nomad in the center. And one rises up at the back of the alley next to Carrick. Roll initiative. One second, I'm going to turn on the light. I can't see anything. For the life of me, I couldn't see what I was rolling. Okay. All right. So we've got leading in. We got the jackal head, followed by Carrick, followed by Asher, Rio, Billy, and then finally Fanuku. All right. These creatures loom over you, easily at least 7.5 feet tall. And as they look down, you hear a language that... Does anyone speak Primordial? Okay. A language that you do not understand. It kind of slips in and out of your mind with each gust of the wind. It looks down at you. Its teeth bare and its eyes blaze blue. So one of them is going to attack Carrick twice. One of them is going to attack the Nomad, and one of them is going to attack Fanuku. Okay, Carrick, you're going to take one nat 20, but the other attack misses. And that'll be... so take 15... Oh, no, so not 15 because it doubles, so... But that's not the double. I doubled that poorly. 16. 8 plus 3, 6, double. 16. The other one attacks the Nomad, hitting once. Hitting him for 9. And the other one attacks Fanuku. And what's your AC is 12, right?
Huh. Yep.
Okay. So it'll hit you twice. For a total of 12 points of damage. So just one standing over you, Carrick, it brings its claws down and grabs onto your shoulder as its teeth lock onto your side of your neck. The other one attacks his Nomad, biting into his side and ripping through his flesh with a claw. And then Fanuku, the one that attacks you, scratches you deep, furrows across the side of your face, and another hand digs into your side.
Does it count as Is it magical or silver?
Are the attacks magical or silvered?
Yeah.
I do not believe so. No, they're not.
Okay, so then I need to knock off 3 for each of those attacks.
Okay, so instead of taking 12, then you take 6.
Okay.
Okay, Carrick, your turn.
So Carrick's going to not look great after that attack, so he's going to begin to disengage, which will take up his action. Let me just see how this activates. All right, then that's going to be his whole turn.
Oh, so what did you do then?
Disengaged. I went towards the center of the group.
Okay. As you kind of duck away from this thing, freeing the side of your shoulder from this thing's teeth, you back up, and your back meets the nomad, who's now bleeding from several wounds as well. Next up is Asher.
And Carrick and his opponent are within range of me, right?
Yeah, you were standing next to the nomad. So there's one in front of you and one behind you of these massive jackal creatures.
Okay. So as I begin moving towards him, I draw 2 short swords and I say, "Some might say our meeting was preordained like Kismet. My pledge of honor, this will not end well for you." And I'm casting Abjure enemy on him. So he needs to make a saving throw against my DC of 14, or be frightened.
Is it wisdom or intelligence?
It's a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, he fails. So he got a 12.
Okay, and so then I'm going to step in and take my 2 attack actions with my short swords. Trying to save ammo. 8 and 14.
Okay, the 14 will hit, the 8 will not.
Okay, so with the first one, as I'm coming in, I kind of lean into a little far, and I just didn't check the distance well enough. And the other one, I'm going to bring it up and kind of slap it into the armpit, since he's taller than I am. And that's going to do a total of 7 points of damage.
Okay, I want you to roll me a perception check.
Okay. 15.
As your cut slashes across this thing's armpit, you see sand fall away, but then those wounds seals partially, basically telling you that you did half damage on that attack.
Gotcha. All right. And I moved to interpose to give, range between Carrick and I. Not to block him, but, give him cover.
Wait, did you say you interposed yourself?
Yeah, I moved up. Since Carrick was backing away, I stepped in front of him and, providing him cover to step behind so he could do his work.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you can interpose yourself, so it has to go through you first to get to him.
Yeah, I would imagine we're kind of used to working together. I saw what he was doing. He's trying to back away from him, so I stepped up to stand in its way. So
perfect. Any attacks that it wants to make against Carrick will be at disadvantage from now on, until it gets around you at least. All right. Next up then is, oh goodness. Rio.
All right. So Rio must be kind of somewhat in the middle already, because we've already got attacks coming on both sides, and it seems like other people were closer, which is just fine for Rio. So Rio is going to reach inside of his breast pocket and pull out a deck of cards, and he's going to start shuffling them as he sees that this is turning hot. And he draws out a hand, and he pulls forth a straight of clubs, and he throws them into the air. And as he does so, they split between the 3 individuals, and one card flies towards each of them and slams into the top of their heads, not necessarily doing any damage, but casting Bane on all three of the creatures.
And that's a D4 minus the saves and attacks, right?
That is correct. Yes, sir. Up to 1 minute, and it's a concentration-based spell. And then in addition, as a bonus action, with his other hand, he's going to reach in and pull out a single card, the 5 of Hearts, and he's going to fling that towards Carrick, granting him 5 points of healing with Healing Word.
Okay. So you healed Carrick for 5 points, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Yeah. What does it look like as the cards basically slam into him, healing him?
So the way I see it is throwing the 5 of the card, the 5 of Hearts, towards him. As it's kind of sailing through the air, these particles of black sand are passing through this alley. The black sand kind of tears the card into 5 pieces, and each one of those pieces is vaguely heart-shaped. And all of them kind of begin to swirl around Carrick, and then they slowly dissipate as they get closer and closer to him, and closer to the wounds that were inflicted upon him, which seal up somewhat, at least.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, and will that be it? Okay, that's it. Billy, your go.
So Billy's seeing that that these creatures have suddenly started attacking, and seeing that one of the civilians, Nomad, is being attacked as well. He has already put the knife away. He had one of his guns out. He takes his free action to pull out the other light rifle and points them at the creature. I have sharpshooter, so 3/4 cover is ignored. But if there's a range difference, then I can do a disadvantage on that. But I'm going to start moving forward and start taking shots at the creature to try to make it back off.
Go ahead.
All right, first attack. 11 plus 7 is 18. 12 plus 7 is 19. And then 2 plus 7 is 9.
Okay, for simplicity's sake, their AC is 14, so 2 of those hit.
Okay. I am using only special shots. I'm going to say one gun is fire and one is ice right now. So 1 fire, 1 ice hit. That is 1 physical, 4 fire, and then 4 for my dexterity. 3 physical, 3 ice, and then 4 for my dexterity. Because I have 2 of them fire.
So you did 9 on the first attack, and then 11 on the second.
Correct.
And how much was physical on the 2 of them?
The first one was a total of 5, and the second was a total of 7.
Okay.
Sorry, I made math difficult.
Okay, so half of 3, 4, 7, so number 3 plus. Okay. Okay, perfect. Yeah, your shots just hit this thing once in the chest, once in the side, and you said you used fire and ice. Is that what the 2 shots were?
Yeah.
Yeah. One patch burns and crystallizes into glass and falls off of its chest, and the other one just kind of frosts up the side of its body, and it kind of just looks down surprised and looks back at you.
Justice will be swift and served coldly.
Cue some sort of action music. Okay, next up then is Fanuku. You are staring down one of these jackal-headed creatures.
So, Fanuco literally looking him straight in the eyes, just reaches up with these huge monstrous claws and just rakes him across his chest. And they're counted as a magical strike. So, and I rolled an 18, so that's just 1 hit. Yeah, so, and double check here. So I do 6 points of damage raking these claws across this thing's chest.
And is this a magical attack?
It is.
Okay. Yeah, somehow your stone is having more effect than the metal from the bullets, as it tears away the sand and it can't seem to reform properly.
Okay, and he continues to just stand there and face off against this thing. So he's not taking any other actions.
Okay, yeah, you rake across this thing's chest, pulling away sand. Its eyes kind of glare down at you, and it is now these things' turn. Everyone making history checks who thinks they might know anything about ancient Providence before it being
Don't forget the
Providence.
nomad.
Oh yeah, the nomad. Sorry, this little dude's gonna try and do something. Here we go, nomad, with your single attack. Actually, he hits. Wow. Okay.
Yes.
He hits for 3, which is then halved down to 1.
Yes.
Yeah, he cuts the chest of this creature, and he's just like, this look of triumph in his eyes, and then it like seals back over, and his eyes go like wide. Okay,
Don't laugh at me, Jackal.
24, 20. Okay, perfect. So the two of you, you know what these creatures are. Back before Providence was Providence, back when it was the Tamul Empire, then there existed the great pharaohs, those who ruled over these lands, these sand pits, and they had servants called the Anubians who answered to their beck and call. And you see now the standing before you are the Anubians. The Anubians are going to go and make their turn. 2 of them, the ones on either side of you. Okay. So I need everybody. Okay, so I'm going to need Carrick, Asher, Billy, and Fanuku to make me strength saving throws.
Oh, was that to me as well?
Yeah, DC 13.
All right, and it's a strength saving throw.
Yep.
All right. I rolled an 18, so 23.
Okay, so anybody who failed is restrained and unable to move away, so your feet are basically locked in place. And you also take 6 points of piercing damage from the sandstorm that suddenly starts to rage. The one in the middle is going to make 2 attacks. Oh, baby. That is a nat 20.
I forget he's got a minus D4.
Oh, yeah, minus D4, that's right. Well, he nat 20, so he hits regardless. And his teeth, so his jaw unhinges and opens very wide and comes down, biting on the head of the nomad. He twists his teeth, and you hear a cracking sound as he pulls away, the head hanging held to the side, blood dripping out of his mouth and his eyes closing as he falls to the ground. His second attack, he turns and is going to bite Rio.
That I can't fix.
And
try.
that I can't fix. Does a 17 hits you, right? Because of -1.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
My AC is 16.
So he clamps down on your shoulder, biting you for 5 points of damage. These black teeth bearing into your arm. And that'll be it for them.
Cool. I got an 18 on my con save
Con save.
to maintain the vein.
Oh, okay, yeah. Carrick, your go.
All right. Carrick will fish around inside his bag, grabbing a couple materials, the same crystals and liquids, and begins mixing them into a glass vial that, instead of being rounded like most test tubes are, it's actually a little bit pointed. And he puts it into this gauntlet that he has, and he pulls back on a lever, and it cocks like a shotgun does. And he's going to shoot one at one of these jackal things. Okay. You said it was a 14 to hit?
Yep, 14 to hit.
Oh, I did not understand how these vials worked. Never mind. I don't need to roll to hit him. He just has to make a DC 15. That's a dexterity.
He fails.
Okay. So he's going to take the full brunt of damage. That will be 10 points of acid damage. Unless he counts as an object.
He's not an object now.
Okay.
Your acid crashes across his skin. What color is it?
It's kind of a bright green, almost like the kind of green that you see in Google Hangouts whenever I talk.
Okay. The green spreads down over this thing's body, down its shoulders, and the body itself begins to spark and sizzle. But then you watch as parts of the body are melted away, the liquid becomes black and drips onto the sand beneath him. And you did how much damage?
That was 10.
10 points. Okay, cool. Anything else?
Nope, that's gonna be it.
Okay, this goo dripping off of its body, its eyes lock on you, and you know it's coming for you next turn. Okay, Asher.
Okay, so just to clarify, our feet are held, but our body can move?
Yeah, basically you're unable to move from the position that you're in.
Okay.
With us being restrained, it's speed of 0. Attack rolls against us have advantage. Our attack rolls have disadvantage, and we fail dexterity saving throws.
Gotcha.
Oh, sorry, disadvantage on dexterity saving throws.
Yeah, exactly,
Okay.
all that.
So, as a bonus action, I begin chanting an oath. No mercy for the wicked, restitution in my blades. And so casting Thunderous Smite. And so my first attack will have Thunderous Attack on it.
Remember, your attacks are at disadvantage until you free yourself.
Okay. So that would be a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that'll definitely hit.
Okay, for a total of 10 points of damage, and there's this thunderous crack as the blade hits, and it's almost like I'm shouting, and the thing is just pushed back 10 feet.
Yeah, in that one, it's strength save against your hit. So, roll me 2d6.
9.
It takes that much additional damage bludgeoning as it slams into a wall.
Okay. Can I make that strength? That would be
Yeah,
at the
you
end.
make that at the end of your turn. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Still held. Got a 1.
Yeah, you strain and pull against this black sand, but it doesn't even budge.
Yeah, and as I'm standing there, I'm actually, through gritted teeth, I'm looking at it and just growling at this point and almost frothing at the mouth and just looking at it with pure hatred.
Okay, awesome. Rio.
Okay, so Rio has pulled out from underneath, between his body and his arm, under the longer parts of his clothing, his sawed-off shotgun, which he has affectionately named the Royal Flush, and he is going to crack it open, load 2 of his Yeti Breath shells, and he's going to fire as a bonus action. I think reload you can do as a bonus action.
Reload, I believe, is an action.
Okay.
But you can just say they're already loaded. That's fine.
Okay, works for me. And I pre-rolled and got a 21 to the attack and 11 points of damage as he levels this thing that just bit down on him and lets him have it.
Yeah. What does it look like? The sand starts to freeze and crack against the shot.
Does this finish him out?
No, this one is not dead.
Okay, it's just a part of it. All right. So yeah, the blast from the end of his sawed-off shotgun is, instead of being that kind of dull yellow, bright orange color, is a pale blue. as the particles of sand immediately closest to the shotgun start to freeze first, and then it just kind of branches out almost like lightning into smaller and smaller pieces, and then Rio just takes the butt of his shot-off shotgun and hits the end of it, and it just explodes, taking part of this creature out with it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you're this roll me the luck die.
A 1.
I rolled a 1-2 for the creature. So you blast its arm off, but the so it's gonna have only 1 attack now. But the kick as the shotgun flies backwards and as the wind catches it, lobs it from your hand. So it only gets 1 attack, but your shotgun's lying on the ground next to you, so you have to pick it up next turn.
Gotcha.
Okay. Next up then is Billy.
Billy sees that the nomad that he was trying to save gets his head bitten off and decides to continue to unload on him. So 1 attack. That missed. That hits. That was a 20. And then that misses because that was a 13. So that is 4 fire damage and 7 physical.
So what does it look like? And you're attacking the one that just killed the nomad, right?
Yes. When he sees the innocent in his mind die that he was trying to protect, a righteous fury seems to be propelled from him as he starts firing more wildly. 1 shot of the frost breath firing off and hitting a wall and freezing at it. Another shot out of his fire breath having met its mark this time, searing into the side of its shoulder and firing off again and hitting towards its feet instead as he's just starting to fire rapidly at him.
Yeah, this one, as bullet after bullet slams into its body and the fire starts to cover it, its body slowly turns to glass until the last shot hits it and shatters it, and it dies. Fanuku.
So, even though Fanuka's restrained, he goes ahead and casts his he's casting Eldritch Blast, and he's so roll for with a disadvantage. So let's see, I got that's a 19 on one, and the second one is an 11. So I think you said it was a DC 13 to hit?
14 to hit.
Okay, 14. So I definitely got 1 hit. And so that's 8 points of this searing damage, and now it comes out as this black wisp and seems to attach itself. Instead of actually looking like something actually hit it, it just basically grabs a hold of the front of this thing's chest and is like, looks like a pair of hands, just kind of like constricting.
And as your attack hits this thing, it cries out in pain. And the other one that just went through this wall kind of pulls itself to its feet. The two of them look at each other, they look back at you, and they slip down into the sand, disappearing. Almost immediately, as soon as they do this, the sandstorm ends. And you guys are out of combat.
Yeah.
At this point, Asher is standing there still kind of shaking, and he drops to his knees and just kind of holds his hands up and then hits the ground, and he's like just kind of letting it sort of ebb away, the smite that's still lingering. And he kind of shakes his blades off, even though they were sand, and just puts them back into his his scabbards and gets up and starts trying to dust off the. Well, that was fun.
Asher, you and I have very different ideas of what is fun. And as Rio's picking up his gun and reloading the shell that he spent. And
Well,
shaking
you
the
did
dust
bring
out of his clothes.
cards to a gunfight, right? And I brought swords.
I bring cars everywhere I go.
So you said that how did we actually take out any?
There was one I killed.
Yeah, there's one that's kind of like a pile of black glass on the ground.
And Billy is removing the 3 shells he fired from both guns and reloading them.
So as the black sand moved on, then is it like, or is it still lingering?
As you watch, the sand is still resting on the, like, as a layer on the ground, like slowly shifts downward and sits beneath the sand that is normal. It's white and kind of a yellowish color until all of it's gone.
So Fanuco goes over and grabs this black crystalline mountain. I guess that's what it's left, right? It's just this pile. And he props open a bag and like stuffs this in a bag and then like re-slings it over his shoulder. It's like something for later.
At this point, Ash realizes and sees the other nomad on the ground and his torn body, and he just kind of looks down and shakes his head. He starts, sounds like he's muttering a prayer or something as he steps forward and just begins sort of repositioning the body as if it would be normal. And he starts he closes his eyes, and he takes, is he wearing a cloak of some sort?
He is. He's wearing a kind of like a white robe of sorts.
Okay. And Asher seems to be moving with the familiar ease of wrapping the body as he takes it and begins closing it up and wrapping the body as if you would a corpse, preparing it to be for burial.
Yeah, and as you were removing this this piece of clothing from his body to wrap it, Carrick, I want you to roll me a perception check.
Uh, 20.
Yeah, you're kind of warily just watching as he does this, and as he removes it, you see this kind of red dyeing, like a pattern, along the inside of these white robes, and you know that this symbolizes that he's the son of the chief.
Rio has gone over to Asher and kind of knelt down on his haunches next to him very quietly. He says, you know, he that may not be his last hand, if you understand what I'm saying. If we decide that he needs to come back, I might be able to arrange that with my lady. But it'd have to be done quick.
That's a good point.
He's the chief's son. It'll garner favor if we can.
Oh, well then, why didn't you say so?
And at this point, I begin loosening the bonds and take out a water skin and begin kind of like washing off the wound a little bit so that, you know, and kind of making him look a little more, at least so he doesn't come up like
as near as nearly headless Nick.
Exactly. And then allowing, I mean, I've probably worked with a cleric before in this type of instance, so, and Rio's probably familiar that I was a gravedigger at one point, so I just kind of go to task in assisting him in the process.
Yeah, roll me like a medicine to realign the bones and stuff to the best of your ability. make your return easier.
There is one point of clarification I need to run by Ty first. I just realized that this spell has a monetary component to it, and I don't know if I've got it with me or not.
Do you know what? I'm gonna switch it up a bit. If you give, I'm gonna say that the requirement is a bit of your own life force. You give 5 years of your own life to bring him back.
All right. Yeah, I'm a half elf, so 5 years, while it is taxing, it's not as bad as if I was a straight human.
Also, it's the last year, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the next 5 years.
So it only partially counts.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, with that medicine check, you easily rearrange the body and the bones and like make it so that it'll, when he comes back, the transition won't be harsh. But yes, you can give up 5 years of your life to save him.
Okay, so as Asher has done that, Rio is going to remove his hat, pull his bandana down, roll his sleeves up. He's going to thank Asher, and he's going to grow quiet, which is pretty unusual for Rio, and a little serious, which is also unusual for Rio. And he's going to mutter under his breath for a little while, and Asher would probably recognize it as a prayer, even if it's not one that he himself knows. And Rio asks Lady Luck to give her grace to this individual, because I don't think he's done yet, and neither are we. And he flicks his wrist out, and in between his fingers is the Queen of Hearts. Nope, that's the Ace of Hearts. And he places it across the body's bridge, the bridge of his nose, where it partially covers both of his eyes. And he lets it sit there for a moment as he finishes his prayer. And as he does so, the card slowly wilts and disintegrates, and I cast Revivify.
And you watch as a cut suddenly appears on the palm of your hand, and your own blood leaks from your body. It slides down, dripping into the sand, and then slides up his arm into his body. And the wounds begin to seal. His face begins to shift from being pale and ashen to normal and full of life again. And your body starts to ache as the effects overtake you. And I'm going to say that as a additional penalty for casting this spell in this way, for the next hour, you have disadvantage on strength or dexterity checks.
Yeah, Rio will.
If that's fair with you.
Yeah, that works perfect. Rio is going to kind of stand up and stagger backwards a bit, and then sit down against one of the buildings that forms this alleyway, and just kind of put his back to the building and just sit there quietly.
Yeah, and he looks older too, like not in the way that like wrinkles and stuff, but his eyes are like more hardened. They're wiser, as if he's seen more things than he had before, as if suddenly over the space of a few minutes he has lived a lifetime. And the nomad, the chief's son on the ground, his eyes snap open, and he slowly leans onto his shoulder, onto his elbow, sitting up, and he looks up at you. I know what's happening. I know what's wrong. And that is where we'll take a 5-minute break.
All right.
All right, go ahead, run to the bathroom, grab some food. We'll come back, and then we'll do character intros and your channels as well, whatever you want to plug.
Great job so far, Ty.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Have major fun.
So how's Providence treating you?
Loving it, dude. Having a great time. Like I said, having run a Western game for so long, it's nice to be able to actually play now.
Oh, I hear you, dude. I hear you. It's crappy because like I love running games. I absolutely love running games. But like my schedule is so particular that it's so hard to line it up with other people's games.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'd love to play in more games, but like my schedule just doesn't line up with people because everyone's like East Coast. Like pretty much everyone who plays is East Coast. There's a couple of people over here in the West, but
Well, I'm really glad I finally. Usually your games start later, so I'm glad I was able to get in on one.
yeah, usually I don't run Tuesday games, but currently I've got the house all to myself, so like I can just play it whenever. I mean, like and my homework is we're coming right out of spring break, so I don't have any homework from college, so I've just got a bit more open schedule.
Excellent.
I usually work nights also, and Tuesday's my one night off usually, so it just lined up, man. The stars aligned.
Well, we appreciate you spending your night off with us.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I love getting to play with new players and getting to know new people. So I mean, like I played in a game with you, Dave. I've never ran anything for you though. Same with you, Jeremy. I've never ran anything for you until now. And
Yeah, this is
then
my first.
actually, the only person I've ever like ran anything for here is Chris. He's been in 2 of my games. So
This is
Whole
technically
cast
my
of
first
players.
one.
yeah, like I've never played with you or ran anything for you. So
Yeah, I posted up the Elemental Planes game for interest that I saw that you had interest for, which I'm currently still building up the story just because I have so much that I had to build just for that story. Seeing as you
Yeah.
could go into any of the planes, I'm trying to make it where it's sandboxy, where you can go whichever direction you want, and there'll be a story for you waiting.
Sandbox is always difficult also though because like you never know what your player's going to do.
That's why I like chaos DMing, where I still make things up as I go.
Yeah.
I just like basic story over here, a basic story over here, and then if you just decide to talk to the blacksmith and then go to a cave, I'll make a monster show up.
Yeah, I very much so bare bones this session. Like I've got like the factions and the overall like what is wrong. But like the way you guys get there is completely up to you. So this has been a whole lot of improv and different for me, but I feel like it's been good. I feel like it's been really fluid. So I think I'll probably prep my games like this from now on because I don't. You guys don't feel like you've been railroaded at all, do you?
No.
Okay, good. That's kind of like the feeling I want to avoid in my games. So
You made sure to like enhance the story, like the world isn't just waiting for us to interact. It's not a video game waiting for us to hit the right cue to go to do the next thing.
yeah,
We're in a tavern. After a while, that scene gets boring. Something happens. Something will always happen.
something is always supposed to happen. Are Chris and Dave here? I take that the non-response is a no. Oh, there's Dave.
I was gonna say
Okay, Chris.
Dave was talking just a second ago.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
eating a hamburger real quick, so I went to throw it away and wash my
dude.
hands.
Oh man, I need to buy myself better food. I don't have like anything to eat. Like I'm eating some wheat thins and cheese ball right now. That's my dinner.
All right,
students. College students, baby.
That's
Jacqueline's. There we go.
All I got for me was a sandwich, so
All right, so everyone's here. So let's go ahead and do a character and chosen channel or whatever you want to plug. We'll start with Dave, and we will end with Kyle.
thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Hey folks, my name is Dave and I run a little channel named Morn Blade Gaming. I do some home game recordings. Been doing a couple reviews and stuff, but honestly, check out Ty's channel and Chris is here, Drop Dice, definitely, and definitely worth the watch. Tonight I am playing Asher Duggins. He is a Vengeance Paladin. a tall, skinny man, and looks kind of pale. Probably attributed to poor hygiene, not sure. Because he can't really catch diseases, but he kind of wheezes a little bit. But he did his rounds as a bounty hunter for several years and came around to finally peacekeeping. Seemed to fall in line with that. World needs a little more peace in it. But it also helps to let him keep sharing the light of Kellamvor in the process.
Yeah, for sure. Asher is a great character. I'm enjoying him so far. So thanks for playing, man. Going on to Chris.
All right, I'm Chris. I run the channel Drop Dice, and I am part of one third of A Point of Inspiration. Last night I talked about one of our projects, so if you want to find out more about that, you should see Ty's game from last night, which was called Journey to the Bound Realm. All right, perfect. I was like, it's Bound Realm something or other. But if you want to find out about some of our other projects, one of the ones that we've got coming up that's kind of in works right now and is at playtest level is a transfer of a 2nd edition setting called Al-Qadim, which is an Arabian Nights type theme setting, and it is a huge conversion. It's about a 40-page document that that Marquise worked out all the mechanics to get it to the point where it was playtestable. Because unfortunately I've been working on my own project, which I talked about in the other video. So we kind of split our focuses a little bit and put out some interesting settings here.
Yeah, for sure. If you can, check out those channels. Marquise is Stereotypical Strider, and Chris is Drop Dice, like you said. They've got good stuff also, Point of Inspiration. They've got custom classes, custom setting stuff, custom monsters. There's a lot of good stuff that you can use, so check them out. Going on to Jeremy.
Hey everybody, I'm Jeremy. I do have a YouTube channel, but it's just under my name. The last name is Lilley, and it's just live plays like this. Yeah, if you want to go over there and check it out, I'd be very happy. As far as things to actually plug, I guess just the AbTab official group, the Absolute Tabletop official group on Facebook. It's a fantastic group of people. It's where this game got put together, and yeah, I highly recommend going and checking it out. It's a very creative, very friendly environment. Tonight I am playing Rio Valentine. He's a half-elven cleric who is a card shark, a gambler. He's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. It's been an absolute blast so far, though.
You got himself some fancy lamb and mint jelly, man. How could it be? How could it not be any better than that?
Exactly.
All right, good. Jeremy runs a great game on his channel, Caldera. It's his home world. For the Lamb and the Slaughter is what it's called, Lamb and Slaughter.
The last chapter was called On the Lamb and for the Slaughter.
On the Lamb and for the Slaughter, yeah. It's basically like what we're doing here, this Western kind of setting. So go and check him out if you are liking these games. And over to Nathaniel.
Yeah, I'm Nathaniel, and I don't currently have much on my YouTube channel. I have played with Dave there, and quite a few times with Chris. I've watched a lot of stuff off Jeremy's channel. Anyway, I am playing Fanuco, who is a Goliath warlock, and he is definitely a figure from the desert. He sounds very old. It sounds like the wind's blowing through him when he's talking, and it just he's been around for a long time. So yes, Dave, large imposing figure.
All right, awesome. Yeah, Nathaniel runs plays some good characters, plays in a lot of games. So this is my first time running anything for him, though. I played once with him on a Drake Warren game. So check out RPG Construct. It was a playtest for the AbTab Naval rules, so that was a really good game too. Going on to Kyle.
Hey, I'm Kyle. This is the first time I'm doing a live play with any form of game, so this is all new to me. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. Um, I I don't have my own thing to plug, but I am a moderator for a group called Chaotic Neutral Gaming. It's run by one of my friends. Literally, just talk about games in general. A lot of stuff that he puts out is games he's trying to put out. One of them, known as Region 8, he's tried to make a assassin type game based off of John Wick, that kind of stuff. So he is currently working on making his own stuff as well. As for my character, I am playing William, also known as Billy Carmichael. He is so far the youngest of the group. He is born with this sense of honor and justice that he'll even put above the law if he needs to. So far, he hasn't had to do that yet, but he is one of those types that will find a reason why he is just in his cause. And that's so far all I really have for him, that he's a gunslinging crazy man going for justice.
Awesome. Yeah, this is my first time running anything for Kyle. And apparently it's for his first online game. So welcome to the community, dude. It only gets better from here, man. That's all I can say. Great community, great people. Obviously, you guys know who I am if you're watching this on my channel. I'm Tyler Hurst, DM Ty, on a roll. And this is the second session I've run in this Providence setting that I've made up. And I am loving it. I'm loving the setting. And I definitely someday hope to run a campaign in this. So we will see what happens. But without further ado, we will return to the game if everybody's ready. Okay, I'm saying nods and thumbs up, so we're good. The chief's son, his head swivels about as he says this. I know what's going on. I know what's wrong. As he looks at each of you, and then he kind of shakes his head and frowns. What happened? I remember the jackals, the teeth, he kind of like moves his hand to his neck and rubs, and he shakes his head.
Yeah, Rio reaches up and kind of touches the side of his head as he's shaking it and turning it back and forth. And he says, "Careful with that noggin of yours. It's freshly reattached."
Looks at you like freshly attached. It kind of feels his neck. What happened?
You were on your way to meet your maker, son.
Wait, but... And then his eyes kind of like widen in realization. Oh.
Kellamvor was preparing a place for you. Lady Luck changed his mind.
Indeed, she does, as she often does with her persuasive ways.
And he's just silent, just looking down at his hands and knees. And if you were to even take a moment to look at him, you'd see sorrow on his face.
No need to thank me or anything. Rio stand up and put his hat back on.
He just looks up at you and nods and, thank you. And just shakes his head and looks back down at his hands.
Well, I guess tell us what you've learned, because so far my hypothetical hypothesis was that these men were dressing up like creatures and attacking in the night using these daggers, but it seems we have a more mystical means attacking us.
He looks up at you. It's Angatra. The Angatra.
You're gonna have to be more specific. I have no idea what Angatra are.
It's, and he looks at you, Carrick, and you would know what he means when he says Angatra. He says, well, it's the duty of the chief to take care of the bodies of the deceased, to make sure that they pass peacefully onto the next life. But well, my father, he disappeared a month and a half ago, and Well, just barely I saw him. And that means, well, if what you say is true and I was actually dead, then
And that means you're the chieftain?
not yet, no. There's a rite of passage I have to go through, but I mean, someday.
While we're talking, I'm looking over at Carrick. Is he still wounded?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. I'm going to reach over and just sort of nonchalantly just sort of like, I don't know, like a friendly gesture, kind of pat him on the shoulder. And then, I don't know if you seem kind of like you're kind of standoffish, being a half-elf and all. So I'm probably going to try to be doing it deceptively. But I'm going to give you a lay on hands. So 14 if you want me to roll.
No, Carrick's not going to stop that. It's healing. He's more comfortable with this particular group because he's traveled with you. It's just it was like the villagers kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and give you, as I'm just putting my hand on your shoulder, like confirming it. And there's kind of like this glow that kind of ebbs away from you as it goes into your shoulder. How many points were you down?
11.
Okay. You're up. And all right. So he looks over at the elven would-be chieftain. Should we go to the tribe?
No, if what I think has happened is truly it, then we need to go immediately to the sand vault. It's the tomb where they keep the bodies. It's an old temple.
Tomb.
But that's where we kept the bodies. Our tribe, my father took care of them. He made sure that they rested peacefully. But I mean, with him gone, he never taught me how to do. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I didn't even think about it until now. And he just hangs his head. Just not defeat, but shame.
Well, if we don't find out where this place is, then Mopey's going to have to show us.
I'll take you there. I mean, I'll lead you. I just, if what I think is actually happening, it's not going to be safe, especially with them there. And he kind of rolls his eyes as he says it.
Let me
Who are you
guess.
talking about?
And he looks at you. You saw them at the saloon. This filthy foreigner. And he kind of like mutters something under his breath in Elvish. And he's basically like cursing their names.
Fancy words that I'm assuming mean not what good meaning people say. Anyways, I don't know what they're doing here. Are they possibly upsetting your dearly rested?
When they first showed up in town, they said all they wanted to do was look at our culture. I'm sure that it went further from there, and thus that's why my father never came back.
Rio turns to the rest of the group with a kind of a smirk on his face, and he says, "Sounds to me like those boys might be obstructing justice."
You got a good point there. I think we might need to make some new friends.
I would just rather shoot him.
With friend bullets, I hope. Anyways,
Of course.
it's a good welcoming. Now, before we go there, I did peek a sight at the inner coat of that Dustin fellow. Has anyone heard of a broken skull with a broken side to it, or like an emblem that would be that? Does that have a religious annotation that I may not know?
You guys can roll history checks. Anyone who would know anything about outlaws, which is all of you.
Oh, I guess I should roll.
Yeah, so your target number is a 13. So what you know about this symbol itself, it kind of just comes back to you in a rush. Is there was a group known as the Crypt Breakers, and what they do is they're not outlaws, but they definitely ignore the cultures of others to get their own gain. Like there's been complaints all across Providence of these people stealing sacred artifacts, and they're not usually violent about it, but yeah, essentially grave robbers.
And then Nuko shakes his head and is like, this isn't right. We need to set this straight.
I concur. Leaving the dead where they lie is part of honoring them.
So that's a yes to shooting them then?
Yep. At
If
least
you need
two.
to shoot them.
At least 2 bullets each.
I love the sound of that. When do we leave?
Well, we have rooms to stay in if we want to rest up first, but I'm guessing showing up early on them is going to be the best bet.
What's the situation with the chief's son?
He said he's willing to lead you guys there.
And what's his time frame?
He would be standing to his feet as you were looking at him. A little bit shakily, but he's standing.
Right. I would say that we head back to the inn. I can give up my room for the night.
I paid for 3 rooms. You can stay with us as long as you're not afraid of sleeping with them.
Nuka does this thing top to bottom, 8 feet of individual. Where are you going to put me?
Possibly in a corner.
Foot of the bed on a blanket like you did last time.
I don't sleep on the bed.
No, foot of the bed on a blanket.
Oh. I ain't a watchdog.
Or against the door so nobody can kick it in and surprise us.
You can always take 2 beds, head to foot.
Take 3 beds just for extra comfort. Fanuco looks at the chief and the chief's son and tries to determine whether or not he needs to actually carry him back or not.
No, he would be standing, and if you were to like make a move towards him, he would kind of like look at you and like put a hand on the wall to catch his breath, and he would look directly at Rio and extend a hand. My name's Talir.
He shakes it. He says, Rio Valentine.
He nods.
Rio's going to pick up his shotgun.
I owe you. He just nods to you and starts walking down the alley.
You're damn right you do. And Rio will follow him. You can pay me later whenever we get back to the tavern.
Wasn't that 5 years of service?
He owes me 5 years of drinks, goddammit.
And as he went past Carrick, he would just exchange a look with you, like a knowing look. Just kind of like a, not necessarily a bond, but like a respect there that he sees you out on your own with these people, no like family to understand you or understand your position. And he just kind of nods to you and continues past you.
Okay. Carrick doesn't really respond to it. He he goes over and kind of looks to the rest of them, the group here, and well, I think I'm the only one that'll benefit from this. And he takes off his badge and he starts fiddling with it, putting some additives into the back of the badge. As we're walking, I'm going to take 10 minutes to imbue my badge of office with the Shield of Faith spell, so that I can activate it later on.
Yeah, perfect. That totally works. What does it look like?
Nothing at the moment. It looks like there's some etchings with some chemicals on the back of the badge, but once the badge is on, it doesn't look any different.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, you imbue this with this spell, preparing it for later. And Talir would kind of yeah, I'll agree with Jeremy. Go ahead and take inspiration. And Jeremy, take inspiration also for giving up part of your soul to save this dude. As you guys follow him back towards the tavern at a slow limping pace, the sun starts to set over the ridge, seeming to sink into the sand, almost as if it were the sea. And the town lets off a steady glow as lanterns are hung in windows and people start to bed down for the night.
Billy hangs back in the alleyway just for a short while, just looking over the previous battlefield before hurrying to follow them all back towards the tavern.
Only perception.
Had to find my invisible die. 14 plus 6 is 20.
As you linger, it might have just been like the passing eye, maybe, or just a trick of the mind, but you almost think that you see the chunks of glass shift.
I saw Fanuku gather some, didn't I? So I'm going to... Spirits always be restless, I guess, as I continue following.
Finally, as you arrive back at the saloon, only a few people remain. Wayne is standing at the bar with the two other nomads seated and wrapped up and taken care of now. As you walk into the room, the nomads look up and look back, and their eyes kind of widen as they see your myriad wounds over your bodies, and they kind of stand to their feet. Talir, did you find him? And Talir just shakes his head. And he mutters some words in Elvish. And does anyone speak it besides Carrick? You both do? Okay. And he says, I've sworn an oath. And they kind of like look at him for a second, like kind of like confused. And he says, I bound myself like the sands to this man. And he kind of looks over at Rio. And the two of them, their eyes would widen. And maybe you wouldn't fully know what this meant, Rio. But Carrick, you know that this is essentially the equivalent of like a life debt. Like he's swearing that if he ever gets called, he's going to come and help in any way that he can.
Excellent. Rio will pretend to not have understood the Elvish.
So the two of them, as the other two nomads, he kind of says something to them quickly, and they go to leave and they look at you, and as they go past you, Rio, they kind of like nod to you, only closing one eye, kind of almost like they're blinking, like a wink, but then they close their eyes, lower it, and that's just like a sign of respect, almost like they see you as equal to them, and then they leave.
Fellas, it's getting pretty dark. If you need a place to stay, I can buy you a room to stay in. Don't want you traveling out there when there's people that don't like your kind walking around.
They look back at you, And they say no, that is not necessary. They look back at the chieftain's son, and say, we have preparations to make, and the chieftain's son's not odds to them.
I understand.
Is Talir going with them?
No, Talir stays. So does anyone have anything special to do before we pass the night?
Just during the night.
Okay. Anyone else?
I am going to ask Talir if he happens to know how to use a gun. So,
Talir would shake his head and say, we prefer to keep things traditional. And he kind of points to the scimitar at his side and the longbow on his back.
All right. Well, I also have that dagger of those creatures. I don't know if that has some sort of semblance to your people in any way, but I don't want to be taking anything of your people if it is.
He would look at the dagger and shake his head and say, no, but you should keep it handy. An Angatra can only be put to rest with its own blade.
So I now have the only blade that can kill it. That's foreboding.
At least if it's low, that is. And he kind of just shrugs.
All right. Well, good night to you. And
He nods.
Billy goes to sleep.
Okay. Anyone else?
Fanuku thinks it's wise to be on guard for a little bit, so he'll pass the first few hours of the night out in the actual the bar.
Yeah, and Wayne would just keep giving you waters until you actually went to sleep, unless you ask for anything else.
Actually, Fanuka doesn't need water either, so it's a little odd to see him actually drinking water. So
Okay. He would keep trying to get you to try different types of alcohols, and I'm assuming that you keep turning him down.
oh, actually, Fanuka he would actually take the alcohol, and you would see him do some really strange things. Like he pulls his stone bullets out of his rifle and would actually soak them in the alcohol, and then you would see him he has this little plate that he would set them on, and he actually torches the whole thing of alcohol with those stone bullets on it. You know, he's like, Fanuka looks back over at Wayne. He says, "I don't use alcohol for much anything else other than purifying." And then he reloads the shells back into his rifle. Any other further drinks of alcohol and stuff, he just pushes to the side.
He nods to you, and he would keep trying to get you to drink something. I mean, it's his job as a barkeep. He's actually offering you drinks free, but you keep turning him down. Okay, anyone else doing anything that night besides Carrick?
Carrick will do it now. It's fine.
Okay. Go ahead.
Carrick will retrieve a rather large gourd from his bag, and there's this large cork in it, and he pops off the cork, and you see a little tentacle reach out of the gourd, and oozing onto the countertop is an octopus. Carrick's familiar is not suited for the environment he's currently in, so Carrick is going to take the time to cast Find Familiar to change its shape to be something more desert acquainted.
Okay, what does it become?
It's going to become a small poisonous snake.
Okay. What does it look like now? What kind of snake is this? Go ahead and give me some canon.
I was going to say it's what's referred to as a rock viper. What they typically do is they will kind of slither kind of sideways and leave kind of wavy patterns in the sand, and it's to draw smaller prey in. They typically dwell underneath small rocks and things like that, and they'll actually lash out at creatures that come up to these wave pattern sands.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's like a mottled kind of red and gray, and it just slithers up your arm and wraps around lightly around your shoulder. Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, Rio's gonna burn the lamp oil pretty late into the night, just drinking and playing cards if anybody else is awake, if they'll play with him. And he won't cheat anybody who's around now. But if nobody else will play with him, then he just spends the time just kind of quietly sitting there doing card tricks by himself. If there's a piano, he might play on that.
So the night passes then. And come morning, as you were to make your way downstairs, you would find Talir already there waiting.
Since Billy was the first one to go to bed, he probably is the first one down. One to take up the last shift to keep an eye on things. But clean his gun. If the I don't think the barkeep is probably awake by now, but he's just keeping an eye out and making sure that nobody just walks in at this time of night. And I rolled a 24 on my perception just for general looking around.
Yeah, as you step down into the bar, Wayne isn't even there. It doesn't look like he's even gotten up yet. But sitting at a table is Talir, and he's just sharpening his scimitar.
Yeah, Rio's going to be one of the last ones downstairs. And he might be a little bit hungover. He's searching for coffee the first thing in the morning.
Fanuku is cleaning out the rooms. He's making sure everybody else is left. He sees Rio down there. He picks Rio up, throws him on his shoulder, walks out. You need some of the black stuff. Puts him on the stool, and then realizes that Wayne isn't there. It's like, goes to check the kitchen.
Believe it or not, that is not the most indignant way that I have been woken up. You brutish human being, you.
Yeah, I would imagine that Asher is probably not one of the last ones up, but he has to spend his morning with prayers and preparing for the day. So he comes walking down the stairs, sort of his jacket over his shoulder and kind of dusting it off, thinking that he needs to get it cleaned, but when is he ever going to have time to do that?
Yeah, and as you are saying your prayers in the morning, you realize something strange. The pendant you carry with you is cold to the touch, never a good sign, especially in a desert as warm as this.
Interesting. So I take a little bit longer in my prayers and preparations, attempting to seek answers, but realizing that sometimes he'll give me answers when it's time.
Yeah, at some point in the middle, Carrick will probably have come down by then.
And at about the same time, Wayne stumbles down the stairs as well, kind of rubbing his eyes with sleep. He'd look up and, you're all awake already?
Unfortunately.
I was getting ready to start making breakfast, but I didn't want to use your pantry without permission.
He just shakes his head. Good thing you didn't, too. My kitchen's my own. And he kind of goes back into the kitchen, and you hear frying and cooking. And he produces freshly cooked eggs and slices of ham and meat.
Just like Mom used to make. As I start eating. But is it
Definitely.
true?
Digging into that with some coffee.
Yeah, I was gonna say, does he bring coffee?
Yeah, he does. He kind of, you hear him grinding it in the back, and then finally he brings out a couple of cups for you.
Rio kind of reaches over the bar, grabs a bottle of whatever's near, probably bourbon, pops the top on it, splashes a little bit in his coffee, and puts it back where he got it from. He'll kind of lazily fish out a couple of gold pieces, not really bothering to count it. Put it on the counter and just kind of slide it away as if like don't even say anything.
He doesn't say anything. He just looks at the gold pieces, takes one, and slides the other one back to you and puts it back in his pocket.
Yep. Fanuco doesn't even touch the food. He's standing in the doorway.
The doorway leading outside?
Yep.
Well, as you approach the doorway, you see a large amount of people standing in the streets.
It looks like a mix of townspeople, or are we talking something else?
No, just a whole bunch of nomads carrying scimitars and longbows.
We have an army.
Fanuco turns around and is like, Talir, your people?
I told you they had preparations. He doesn't even look at you as he slides a whetstone across his blade. I assume you will not stop me from taking revenge for my father.
Revenge is justified.
I don't like the word revenge, but justice. I'll let you take justice for your father.
And he would look at you and shrug. They mean practically the same thing. And then he goes back to sharpening his blade.
Billy, we'll let you say your little speech before we kill him. I promise.
I always do like my speeches.
That's true. The longer they are, the better, apparently.
That's called the Carmichael.
Monologue. I'm hoping you kill him first.
Bullet does have a certain way of ending a sentence.
Like an exclamation point.
So Fanuco will actually go out into the street then and start looking, and I'm assuming I don't know what the estimate is on the number of people, but he's taking a guess that we're going to be heading to like the northwest.
Yeah, you see like 30 men and women.
I think it's time to move. Aren't you guys done eating yet?
I'm not even sure I'm quite awake yet.
On the counter.
Rio's going to carry his coffee cup with him out onto the porch and kind of sip it. He doesn't say anything for a little bit. He kind of looks around. And whoever's standing next to him, he kind of leans over and he said, "There are a bunch of nomads out in the street, aren't there? I'm not just still drunk."
What? I don't see what you're talking about.
Fanuco turns around and goes, "You're drunk."
Wonderful. It's a good start to the day. Finish his coffee cup and just lean over and put it in the chair that somebody was sitting in the night previous.
Ash is going to shake his coat off, and there's going to be like this billow of dust that comes off of it as he puts it on, and he kind of puts his hat on and just sort of sets himself up, and then he takes out a little cigar and lights it. I think it's time to move.
Well, I'm ready when you are.
When you look over to Carrick, he's got his face like completely down in the plate, just shoveling food as quick as possible. Because you want to move before the meal is done, and Carrick will get his meal one way or another.
Like Wayne, having seen Carrick be so impassive in this entire time, was like taken aback as you're just like shoveling this food. And he kind of like looks back to the meal he's prepared and kind of like scoops some more onto your plate, and you just keep going.
Told you it was good company.
I told you us
Like-
elves have a great metabolism.
Once Ash begins to walk towards the door, Carrick actually gets up, holds the plate still to his face, continuing to shovel what's left on there, and then leaves it at the table closest to the door on the way out.
Well, if you bring a spoon, we could probably take the plate with us.
Tell him that. Well, he'll never stop eating.
You never know when your next meal will be. You would have been wise to eat your breakfast too.
Yeah, I almost imagine before Carrick stood up to leave, like he shoveled like everyone else's plates onto his own, like whatever was left.
Yeah.
And then took it and started going.
He's like, I'll be back with the plate later.
It is the second breakfast.
He's on fifth breakfast already. That's good. I would assume Wayne tried to make a meal for Finoco, but Finoco doesn't eat. So I mean, he's like, there's this huge plate of food. He's just sitting there.
And Wayne starts to like pick at it with his own fork, kind of just like shaking his head as he eats. As you guys stand out on the porch, the front part of the saloon, there's the large myriad assortment of elves. Nomads look up at you, and they just nod to you as Talir steps out with you. They all just turn about face and start walking down the street to the northwest.
Well, I brought my sniper rifle for a reason. I guess what I should be doing is trying to find a good hiding hole to get a good position. Otherwise, you guys will have to deal with my monologue, and you don't want to hear that.
Say that again. Rio says as he's rolling a cigarette. So, do we have horses? Or we walk? Or we came on the train?
We came on a train, I think.
Were there horses on the train with us?
Sure. We'll say you guys have horses.
I'm going to look to Talir, and I'm going to say, your friends ride?
And he looks at you and looks back at his tribe. Says, no, but we run. And he starts running after them as they all take off in a sprint.
Oh, wonderful. It's a chase.
I guess we better keep up.
I suppose so.
Keep up, old man. And I whistle for my horse.
Yeah, Rio will mount up.
Agreed.
They don't make horses big enough for Finoco. He's bringing up the tail.
Yeah, run is going to be the option here for Carrick.
Yeah, Fanuku's horse is like underneath his weight, like just straining, trying to keep up. A little bit faster than running.
We didn't have the money for a war horse.
It's like sidewinding through the street as it tries to stay standing.
And he's running anyway because his legs are touching the ground.
Yeah, yeah.
Partway through, Finoco just puts the horse up and puts it on his shoulder and starts running. Lazy beast.
And after a time of traveling, after maybe a good 40, 50 minutes, you find yourselves cresting a small dune. And the sound of metal and just chatting reaches your ears. The elves kind of like are lying down on this dune, one of them peeking over the edge.
All right, so they're sort of peering over the edge of this dune.
Uh-huh.
All right. So I'm going to park the horse on the other side and start crawling up the backside to take a look at what they're looking at.
Yeah, and as you were to peer over the top of this dune as well, you'd see an entire encampment. Maybe some 60 or 70 people.
Hmm. This looks like that an opposing tribe, or those well-dressed people?
The opposing tribe. I mean, I'm not sorry. They're the well-dressed people. Sorry.
He was going to ride up next to whoever's closest to the back of the group, kind of pull his horse up slow, pull back on the reins until it stops, and he's going to lean over and whisper, "What are we looking at?"
And
A whole lot of fun.
What was that?
Talir would look back at you and he would say, "This is an encampment. How do you wish to attack?"
Oh, we're here. Wonderful. He'll dismount and kind of move his way over to where it is that they're peering over this dune, and kind of crouch down low and see if he can't get a look himself.
I was going to have Billy do the same thing, but specifically look for sentries, remembering his military training to try to take out the eyes of your enemy before dealing with them.
It's very early in the morning. They haven't had any trouble from anyone. They have no sentries.
But I still use the scope on my sniper rifle to use as a spyglass as well with it.
Yeah, as you're scanning the camp, you get the same estimate that I told you, probably about 60 people. And you see in the distance, well, probably right in the middle of the camp, actually, what appears to be a large stone entrance with stairs leading downwards.
Looks like that might be the entranceway to the graves that they be taken from. Well, only about 60 members that I can see currently, but that's not everybody in the tents, I'm sure.
They've been working with gray root. If ground up and prepared correctly, it's an explosive. I assume that's what they're using it for as well. If we can get in there quiet, we could use it to our advantage.
Could that risk damaging the graves themselves, though?
If they've placed correctly, sure.
All right.
So, Fanuco, from his vantage point, would be trying to make an assessment of the stone structure, trying to see how how sturdy and reliable it is.
Yeah, go ahead and make me. This is a straight intelligence check, I guess.
Okay. And I got a 14.
The structure is very, very old. You probably could assume that the stones are freely placed, kind of held together by their own weight. But
Right.
it looks pretty sturdy. It looks like it was built in a very calm, deliberate fashion.
And does it appear to be something dating after Fanuco's original lifespan, or was there something that was
It's probably older than you are.
Yes, it's best that we put those explosives a decent distance away from that entrance.
Well, I have a series of the alchemical weaponry, so I have some tangle shots if you want to try to grab this Dustin character. So we have a man to bring to justice in the eyes of the law and such, but otherwise I can use any of the other ammunition I have to be most effective in killing these people.
So I take it that you mean that we are not shooting Dustin then?
Well, I'm just saying that as a man with a star on his shirt, we should probably try to bring one in. But I'm not saying don't kill him either.
Well, good. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
It'll only take 5 years anyway, right, Rio?
Yes.
As he
Apparently.
winks at him. How many nomads do we have with us again?
30.
All right, so as I start edging back down the hill, I'm like, take my hat off, and I'm just kind of rubbing my head and looking around at everybody, and I'm like, we could do this like Silver Ridge. Remember, we just walked in there and took it to them.
Well, I am not wearing a dress and a wig again.
But
You're
No,
so
no,
You said
the
it was the
flowers in
last.
your hair.
You said it was
look
the
so
last
nice.
time, and I'm gonna hold you to it, and that's just all that there is to it.
Nuku. That means it's your turn to wear the dress.
Fanuka looks down at him. Aren't I already wearing a dress according to you?
Well, shoot, that means it's my turn.
Beautiful.
So, if we were to send somebody down there and maybe find that gray root, you said, Carrick?
Yeah, I know just the person. And he'll put his arm towards the ground, and the snake will wrap itself down the arm. Once it hits the dirt, you see it begin to do its side crawl thing across the desert.
Like a sidewinder?
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of back up because if you guys know me, I am just not a fan of snakes. So you see Ash just backing up like, no way, man. His hands almost go to his guns, and then he realizes, no, let it go. We may be able to set him in there. And I mean, how much gray root do you need to set off an explosion?
Well, most people don't have it grind and prepared ahead of time. You grind it and prepare as much as you need it. Most likely they've got probably a store of a barrel, a cask, or something similar. But they'll have a lot of the root in its root form, not prepared. Really, one barrel should be enough to blow out at least the main area.
And that can be set off with a firearm.
Yeah. The only problem with the root, though, is if they... I misspoke. If the root is in its truest form as a full root, and the bigger they are, the worse they become. So most likely they have their entire stock ground up, not as roots.
We'll find out shortly.
And Carrick will sit down and kind of lay against the dune, facing almost the entirely opposite direction, close his eyes, and look like he's about to take a nap. What I'm going to do is see through the eyes of my familiar as it goes through the camp, hopefully.
Okay.
While he's doing that, I just kind of break out a flask and take a nip. And then realize that Rio's looking at me and hand him the flask as well.
Obliged. He'll take a sip
That's
and hand it back.
You realize it's Zima.
That's open made. You need to take it easy on that.
Wayne took the liberty of changing that out for you to help you in your morning trials. As the snake makes its way down the hill, first, roll me. How are you approaching? Where do you want to go for the camp?
The snake will come up from kind of just basically down the hill, like the creature would go on its own.
So you're basically just letting it go where it wants to. You're just kind of watching and paying attention.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a perception check.
Okay. That is a 20.
As your snake's tongue kind of flicks in and out, smelling, sensing the air, it picks up that bitter smell again. But if you were to follow the fumes, follow the smell kind of just barely beneath the surface of the sand, kind of moving back and forth, you would see that the smells led you to a man, an individual, who kind of wears a long cloak, not a duster. He looks more refined, kind of a collared cloak. He's kind of talking to somebody and just shaking his head. And as he kind of moves his hand, like emphatically making a gesture, you see the tips of his fingers are gray, as if he's been grinding this root.
I'll direct the rock viper to find something to hide underneath, but keep view, and follow this man to wherever he's been grinding. Hopefully.
Yeah, as you wait underneath this rock for a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, finally he kind of finishes his conversation and looks around as the man walks away. Kind of just shakes his head, takes one last bite of porridge, and dumps his bowl into like a washing bin, and turns and walks off into the camp. So make me stealth check if you want to follow him without being noticed.
Okay. The snake received a 16.
Perfect. To the untrained eyes of all of these foreigners, they don't notice the shifting sand. They don't see the snake following this individual through the camp. And as you follow him, he takes a left turn going through several tents, and then takes a right turn to the only structure that's actually built around here, stone kind of stacked up around a single building, almost like a makeshift bomb shelter, like to keep the bomb inside. The man kind of moves a flap out of the way and steps in.
Staying outside, the snake will kind of wind its way into some of these stones that are outside, and it's just going to listen for the sound of work being done in there.
Yeah, you hear him rummaging around, and then he pulls out something. He pulled out 2 stone instruments, and you hear him like reaching around inside of something, and then you hear grinding sound as he uses a pestle and mortar, and he's working something around very carefully and slowly.
It's a sound that Carrick really has grown familiar with the years, and with his eyes closed on top of the hill, you see like a small smile creep across his face, and he sends the snake the instructions to come back, but stay unnoticed. Carrick will open his eyes, and he'll hold out his hand towards Billy for the rifle.
And Billy will pass his rifle to him.
Looking through the camp, eventually, would Carrick be able to see the stone building from the position that we're in?
Oh yeah, it stands out like a sore thumb.
Okay. He'll just look at it, and like I like to imagine for just a moment that the man who had the nice jacket on kind of opens the door like he's looking for something, but doesn't quite catch on to what's going on, and then closes that flap again.
Yeah, something like that. He's kind of like, man, like it's almost like a sixth sense, like something's about to happen. He like leans out, like shakes his head, and closes the door and leans back in, like a little flap.
Carrick will hand back the rifle. The stone building. That's where the root will be. They have some in full form right now. He's grinding them up. Gentleman in a long white nicer coat. Well, gray now because of his work.
Which tent is he in?
He's in the stone building.
The stone building, okay.
Not the tomb, the stone building. So from Fanuca's position, he bends down and he actually starts like sketching the layout of the camp. with his finger in the sand.
Rio's going to try to find Talir. Talir, I know you said you aren't very familiar with the work that your father was doing, but you've come to this place, I'm assuming, frequently. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't know the full procedure to take care of the bodies, but I've been here multiple times, yes.
Yes, that's fine. Do you happen to know if there's a secondary entrance, maybe a secret one?
He kind of stops for a second, is thinking. No, I do. My father did mention something. Yes, yeah, he did. He did speak of another entrance. He said, what was it? It was it was almost like a riddle that he gave me. He said when stone in all of its forms meet, there you'll find the second entrance. Something like that. I don't remember.
I see. Yes. Well, my head hurts. So, would you like to come over here and try to see what the hell he's talking about?
Could I try doing a
Smooth
nature
dust
roll to
mud.
see if I may have heard of something?
Yeah, you can roll nature, or you guys can just simply try and figure it out. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I'll give you hints though, based on what you roll.
Rolled a 16 plus 3 is a 19.
So you only can assume that when he says stone in all of its forms, he literally means like stone can come in like lots of different ways. Like sand is a form of stone.
Right.
So wherever all
Mountain
three of these types
sand.
meet, something like that.
Is there any nearby mountain ranges or crevasses in this desert?
He kind of stops for a second. Well, the maw does come along here. The canyon. There's a canyon just how far? Maybe a 5 minutes travel north of here.
Right. And Pinocchio's like he pulls out some dusty papers and stuff, lays them out, and he's like, "You're saying that this canyon right here, the maw?"
Yeah, that one. It's just back behind the resting place where we keep all the bodies.
Right.
So that may be a back entrance that we can try to use to go forward through.
Perhaps, maybe.
So, should we send him and his people that way?
We could do that, but we run the risk of those sand creatures attacking them because they're already restless.
The Anubians.
Well, I don't think that they will be here anytime soon.
Don't sense any sandstorms coming?
Nothing. I'm not feeling anything right now.
All right. Well, Tanir, if you are willing to lead towards the maw, then that's an option that we can take. We should try and make a actual plan instead of a bunch of options, though.
Why don't we just maybe Billy and I could just walk in there and roll that barrel out after knocking out the boy in the lab coat, and we can take that gray route. It's not much moving around over there right now, so
If they're working with Grey Root, the back way may not be safe anymore. Enough explosives in the area could loosen up the ground as well.
so getting it away from them would be a good idea.
Yeah, and more than likely they've resecured the area to the front of the entryway. It's probably the safest way to go.
Just how volatile is this route?
Kind of thinks about it for a minute, and he says, well,
Do we have dynamite in this world?
Yes, but it's very rare, very expensive. This is
Sorry
like
to cut you off, Chris.
this is like the cheap man's version of dynamite. So
Okay.
it's like if dynamite is so dynamite's pretty stable, like by itself, unless it's really old and had a chance to kind of like rot away. This
To
is like
sweat, yeah.
it's like the nitroglycerin version of dynamite. Like if you drop this on the ground,
It's
boom.
TNT.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off, Chris. I was just interjecting there.
No, yeah, he kind of thinks about it, and he says, well, it's hard to say. Any explosive is it could be much worse if an explosive placed in the right place, but I've seen as much as something the size of Rio's torso blow out a whole bank.
How much of it did he happen to have in that little stone building you were talking about?
I didn't send the snake in. I didn't want it getting found.
I see. But you're
They're
pretty sure he's got it in there?
expensive.
You're pretty sure he's got root in there, though?
Yeah, I heard him grinding.
Well, and I would imagine these nomads can move pretty quietly. Look over at Talir real quick.
He would look at you and nod and say, "Quiet as the winds."
So I look back and say, maybe we send them in quietly to start dispatching those in the tents as we get the barrel out. Then what do we do with the barrel?
I was thinking we could have used it as distraction.
That's true. We could just blow it up.
Yeah,
As he pulls his revolver and spins the cylinder in it, puts it back in his holster.
We could wait until
Frankly, if we can watch that flap or Billy gets lucky, you might be able to shoot it from here.
That's what I was about to say. Possibly shoot it while they're trying to transfer it. Get a bunch of the gray root at the same time if I shoot it, though.
He's grinding it right now. Chances are he's grinding it because they need to use it, which means he'll be coming out of there with something. Any sort of jar, container, barrel. If you shoot that, that'll work. And that could be the signal to swarm the valley.
All right.
Well, if they're sleeping in tents, you could bring the tents down on them. That'll at least throw everything else off, and we can just have the nomads move to the back towards the tomb. That way, whatever gets blown up is hopefully coming out of the stone hut.
Well, grinding this stuff isn't very easy. The man that they have there, he's got similar skills that I do. If we take him out, that'll be less of a problem later on if this goes topsy-turvy.
Well, I could always deal him a hand. Some of my magics work at a pretty good distance. And if it's enough to upset one of these gray roots, then I don't imagine he'll be walking away from that building.
All right. Well, then let's do that. We'll move the nomads in, get them positioned around the valley. Billy will take point on scope, try and take out the barrel. Rio will do backup. Ash, go with the nomads. Nuku, go with the earth. You always seem to find a way.
I can move any mountain.
Billy takes that cue to take the bullet that he has currently out in the rifle because he had Tangle Shot in there originally and put a dragon breath into it.
Perfect. So as you guys get set up and ready, the nomads moving along the side, back behind the tomb, waiting to swarm when the signal goes. Ash going with them. Is anyone else going with the nomads?
Carrick will.
Okay, and Carrick going with the nomads as well.
I would like to try to get as close to the stone building as I can.
There's a closer dune a little ways up, but the mess basically is on your side. So if you wanted to get any closer, you'd probably be seen by other people.
Understood. What is
you can
the
move up
closest
one
that I
more
can get?
dune.
What is the closest that I could get without giving away my position? I think.
Probably 200 feet away from the building.
Okay, so quite a ways. All right, thank you.
Okay, everyone gets set up. You guys go with the nomads, get set up behind the temple itself. You two set up spotter and sniper at the top of a hill. And where is Fanuka going? Or are you just staying with the sniper and spotter?
Fujiko, that was for you.
Probably having trouble with his connection or something. I'm kind of experiencing a bit too.
Yeah. So yeah, Fanuka will actually be staying with Billy, provide him any close combat support.
So we've got you three on one side, and then you two and the nomads on the other. All right. It's about 10 minutes before you see the flaps start to stir. And you see him lean out around the corner of the building, start shouting to a couple people. Like 4 or 5 guys come running over, and they go into the building, and you see them come out lugging a massive barrel. They kind of hoist it onto their backs carefully between the 4 of them, and start to walk it towards the camp.
Billy, I think that's your cue.
All right, taking the shot. Like I said, I have sharpshooter. Do I still have disadvantage for the distance, or?
No, you said you don't have disadvantage distance now.
Okay. 14 plus 7, 21.
That's definitely going to hit. Go ahead and give me damage.
All right, so that is 10 physical plus 4, so 14, and 8 fire.
So that's a total of 12 then? I mean 22?
Yep.
You hear the barrel kind of shakes. A piece of wood snaps off and goes flying, and almost in slow motion, it spins, and a spark catches from this bullet as it explodes in a small burst of flame. And almost like an action scene where everyone like before the explosion, it's like slows down a ton. Like the 2 of them kind of like look over their shoulder who are carrying it at the front, and their eyes go like. And the 2 in the back who are lifting it, they start to drop it and turn to run away. The people, somebody steps out of his tent, kind of like stretching. And the scientist dude, the guy who was grinding the gray root, kind of standing to the side, supervising everything. Like you see his eyes widen, and he kind of starts to reach to his side, and he's pulling out a vial. Maybe some sort of a reagent to stop it from exploding, but he's far too late. And as the flame catches on the ground gray root inside of this barrel, a deafening explosion shakes the clearing. Several tents are lit on fire and blown over. The 4 men near the barrel plus the scientist are all caught in the explosion, thrown at least 30 feet away from it. The man who steps outside of his tent to stretch is covered in flame, and his body starts to incinerate. Roll initiative.
Justice comes in hellfire.
Talir slacks you for that.
You know you liked it. That's 17 with me having a +4 modifier. Because I'm not sure what Jeremy's dexterity modifier is.
I have a +3.
Hey, Billy, you're first.
All right. So it takes an action, but is that only one attack action, or is that the full action to reload?
Your full action is to reload, but I believe that's your sniper. Your rifle comes with like 10 shots or something like that, or 4 shots, 5
Sniper
shots.
rifle is a one shot.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
believe
So
the bonus action can be used in the DMG, but you stated earlier you didn't think so, so I didn't want to correct you.
what does it have? Does it have the reloading or the loading?
I believe you have it as reloading on it.
Reload.
Okay. Okay, because well, I don't know. Go ahead. You can reload as a bonus action. I'll just say that you guys can.
It just means that I'll have only one shot anyways.
Yeah.
So yes, I will go ahead. With that, does it look like, as you said, it's massive destruction associated to it? I'm going to try to find another target to just take shot at. Another one specific, but I am going to go ahead and have it be just another dragon fire. The random person 16 AC.
Yeah. No. Treat these people as minions.
Okay. 8 fire, 9 plus 4, 13, so that's 22 damage again.
Yeah, that would instantly kill him.
I'm imagining Sniper Elite 3 just slow motion for a bunch of people.
I'm imagining the meme, like the fail sniper meme, where
Right.
he's anyway, so like basically these guys are minions. If you hit them with an attack, they're dead. So you guys do you. Next up, this is going to be just very, very narrative, very, very thematic. So Carrick, your go.
Okay. Is the scientist guy survived, or is he incinerated?
Oh, he is toasted.
Okay. Carrick is going to move to the building and attempt to prevent other people from getting the bright idea to use what's in the building against them. So once he gets there, it's going to be a readied action to throw or alchemical acid at somebody who comes nearby.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. All right, Rio.
All right. I posted a question to you in the chat about my channel divinity power.
Oh, I did not see that word. Okay. Do you know what? Just because I think that's epic, yeah.
Okay, awesome. So he is going to move forward to that that dune that you were saying was a little further forward than he is currently. And as he does so, he kind of shimmers for a moment, and then he actually splits into two. And there are two of Rio running forward, and he's going to send his forward up to 30 feet with his bonus action. And as his duplicate runs forward, he is going to be using his action. Oh, no, wait. No, it is your action to invoke it. Okay, so that's what he's doing currently. So he's going to run forward and take full cover, if he can, behind this dune that's further up, and he's going to let his duplicate run out in the open, trying to get closer.
Okay. And your duplicate can't attack this turn, can it?
No, it took my action to invoke it, and then it takes my bonus to move him.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah. Yeah, your duplicate starts to make his way forward. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, so let me hurry and roll. Okay, so the camp failed its wisdom save. They're stunned for this turn. They're kind of just like looking at where the explosion happened, and they're all just like shocked. Like several people start running towards it, but they're not going to respond by attacking anybody. They haven't realized they're under attack yet. Asher.
All right, so I am going to sprint 30 feet into the camp, and I would imagine that there are some camp people that are waking up and moving. And at this point, I'm going to utter the words, the The scales of Kelimvor have tipped out of your favor. I'm the weight of justice brought to bear, and casting divine favor. And as you can see it, there's almost a movement of scales as I am pulling down 2 shots from my pistols. That will give me an additional D4 of radiant damage on each shot. So first one's not too popular. Total of an 8. Wow. So those first 2 shots, I thought I was so cool that I just and I still move forward meanly, though, with a grimace on my face.
Yeah, you've got the smolder going for you as you step forward and whiff your 2 shots. But you look cool doing it.
Yeah, I asked for divine favor, and he laughed, and that's why the symbol was cold this morning.
Yeah. Freaking Jeremy, I hate you. So in the chat, instead of saying haha, I said and I said I'm not a vampire. I said two of these the bullets. Anyways, sorry, that's just what's happening in the game. These are my players. Okay, so yeah, you look cool making your 2 shots but missing completely. You have yourself a little cool catchphrase, and it's like what the Avengers movie would have been like if it was real. So okay, that's it for you, right? Okay, Fenuku.
So Fenuku pulls out his own rifle to cover Billy while he's using his sniper, and it's time to get stoned. And that's a 16. So he's just shooting at one random individual.
Yeah, and it doesn't even like pierce his skin. Like it halfway goes into his body and just lifts him off his feet.
Yeah. And let me double check to make sure I got my. Oh yeah, 2d10 on the stone slug. So yeah.
Yeah, he's dead. He's dead.
Like, you see him with like a lever action. He chambers another shell, and that'll be the end of his turn.
All right, back to the top, Billy.
All right, so Billy's just going to. I'm going to do a perception to see if I can find Dustin in this chaos.
Roll me perception.
I rolled an 11, which is a 17.
With a 17, you spot him moving through the crowd.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and use my bonus action to reload with a tangle shot. I'm going to take a shot at him. 13, 20 hit him?
27, you said?
20.
Oh, 20. Okay. 20 hits, yeah.
Okay. Wow, that's the lowest damage I could do. 5 points of damage, but it's a tangle shot, so he has to do a strength DC 12 or be strained.
Oh, he succeeds. As this bullet slams into his leg, vines sprouting from it, ripping down into his leg, these gnarled, dry vines. He kind of just looks at it and pulls the bullet from his skin and flicks it into the ground.
I want my brandy back, damn it.
And he just looks up, scanning the ridge. And he spots you immediately. Carrot.
And that's my turn.
Carrick's turn.
Okay. Is there somebody that would be relatively close by, like within 30 feet?
An enemy? Yes. Yes, there is.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to be proactive instead of waiting for them to come to me this time. So Carrick throws off an acid vial towards an enemy within 30 feet there. It's a DC 15 dexterity save.
Yeah, he fails with a 12.
Okay, and he's a minion, so he dies mercilessly in a pool of acid and terrible smells.
Yeah, what does it look like as he melts?
It's like almost comical because this game I picture it as being made in the 80s cinema universe. So like not only were our explosions just way too big, like this guy actually melts like he's the Wicked Witch of the West into the ground.
Yeah, he leaves behind a pile of immaculately clean bones, as if they were made for a dog to chew on.
Yep.
And his witch's broom.
Yeah, his shoes curl up where they rest among his rotted and melted skin. And anything else?
That's gonna be it.
Okay, all right. Next up, Rio.
Okay. Let's see. Dustin is the only high priority target that we've seen so far, other than the scientist that is now crispified. Yeah. Okay. And how far away is Dustin from my duplicate?
You would watch him turn and scan the ridge and spot Billy and point at him, and he's about 100 feet away from you.
Okay. Puts him just outside the range. Oh no, wait. I'm sorry. Hang on. I forgot to write down the range for this one spell. He is going to move forward. I'm going to use my bonus to move him forward. And okay, perfect. And then he is going to, through my duplicate, he is going to pull an identical deck of cards to the one that I have. And he is going to produce, as he flicks a card out, he produces the King of Spades and flicks it in the direction of Dustin. And it will zoom up to 120 feet away, striking him with that's not very good. I'm going to use a lucky. Okay. So a total of 9.
Your bullet finds its mark. I mean, your card. What spell is this?
It is Guiding Bolt.
Okay, your card finds its mark, slamming into him. Where does it hit him?
With a 9? Really?
Yeah.
All right.
It
So
doesn't kill him, but just where does it hit him?
yeah, so he's he just reached down.
Oh wait, you rolled 9 to hit?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was 9 damage.
No.
No. Yeah, no, honey, no. Yeah, you miss.
That's why I checked. And then you had to get
Yeah,
close up just so that you could
as
dash him
he's
on the
scanning
rocks
the
a second
ridge,
time.
he sees the card streaking towards him, and his eyes widen, and he brings out a revolver quick and shoots it in the air.
Beautiful. All right. And then I use my bonus to move him forward to do that. So that's it for me.
Okay, perfect. This leads to the camp. The camp springs to action. Several of them come running forward. The nomads start to clash with them, catching them unawares. Nomads and people from the camp fall on both sides. Several of them start running up the hill as Dustin starts shouting orders. A couple of them spot you, Carrick, and they're both going to take a shot at you with their light revolvers. And I bet only one of them hits. 16 and a 14.
Yeah, one will hit.
Okay. So take 9 points of damage.
Okay.
He pegs you right in the leg with a bullet as you duck around the side of the stone building after liquefying his friend. The ones that are running up the hill, they're going to take pot shots at you, Billy. Odds are they'll miss those since you have 3/4 cover and you get a ton of AC bonus. Never mind, that's one nat 20.
Gotta take a hit.
And his buddy misses. So the one nat 20 is definitely going to hit you. So you're going to take a total of 18 points of damage. His bullet just streaks up, and as you're kind of like going to aim again, it hits you right in the hand, just splitting the bone and just coming out the other side, splinters flying. Dustin kind of looks up at the hill, and he shoves his revolver back into his pocket and wings a rifle off his back and aims it. And he's going to shoot at you, who just barely threw his card. Or was it your clone that threw the card?
It was my duplicate.
Okay, so he's going to shoot your duplicate because he thinks it's you. Oh, and I'm guessing an 18 hits.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Your duplicate takes 17 points of damage.
Double check exactly what that means.
Dust in the wind.
Dustin's like, get me 3 coffins. Sorry, I lied. I need 4. You guys are up against Clint Eastwood.
I don't see any kind of ruling whatsoever in the book as far as what happens when it takes damage.
Is it like another form of you?
It says, as an action, you create a perfect illusion of yourself that lasts for 1 minute until you lose concentration. The illusion appears in an unoccupied space. As a bonus,
okay. So the way I read that is it doesn't even have hit points or anything.
Yeah.
So he shoots it and nothing happens. It kind of frowns. And then his eyes kind of widen as he sees that there's not even a wound and just these bullets hit the sand behind it. And he looks down at the rifle, pulls the lever back, what's it called? To load the chamber again, and slides it back up and starts running up a hill. All right. Asher, so you're charging in with the nomads, right?
I am.
Okay, one of the bandits is gonna, not the bandits, one of these guys is gonna take a shot at you also. And I'm guessing a 15 misses you.
I have an AC 15, so.
Oh, so it does hit then. Okay, well, he only hits you for 6.
Okay.
And that'll be it for their turn. Now we're on to Asher.
All right, so seeing the guy that just hit me, I kind of look down at the shot in my side, and I just kind of look at it for a second, and I look at him and smile, and I say, and I turn and continue. Is Dustin within range?
At disadvantage, he's like on the other side of the camp.
Okay, so I'd have to move more than 30 feet to get in range.
Yeah, you'd have to move way more than your movement to get in range.
All right, so as I sort of, wave my finger at him, and then I'm going to take 2 shots at the guy that just shot me. So, a total of 14 to hit.
14 hits. So you drop him immediately with 1 bullet.
Okay. I'd like to think that guy got hit square between the eyes.
Yep.
And the second one is a crit.
And how do you kill this next dude also with a crit?
So the next guy I actually turn, and I would imagine it's just another brigand next to him, and I just turn and hit him square in the chest, and he just kind of slumps over and flies back about 5 feet, flies on his ass as I continue to move forward.
Yeah, you
and
move
actually
forward with the tide of nomads.
Dual wield. I should get 3 attacks.
Yeah, you have an offhand weapon too, so yeah, you'd have 3 attacks.
Okay. All right, and this third one is a total of an 8. So this one kind of wings off considering it's the last shot. So that one I keep moving though.
Okay, perfect. Fanuku.
So Fanuca's laying in the sand next to Billy here when his hand gets shot, and Fanuca takes his free hand that's not holding the rifle, puts it like punches his hand right into the sand, and these two like black hands shoot up out of the sand to attack each of the two camp guys that showed up. So okay, so I got a 16 and a 19.
Those will both hit. So you killed 2
Okay.
more.
So yeah, the hands basically like grab and like start pulling these guys down into the sand. So they essentially like look like they're suffocating in the sand. And then I will let's see, that was a cantrip. So I guess is Dustin kind of a noticeable figure then? He kind of stands out from the rest of the.
Not unless you could like scope him out. So
Okay.
like he looks like all of them, but you can just tell by his face, by the prominent
Okay.
way that he calls to people. Like he's always the leader.
So yeah, I'll just take aim on another one of the random guys coming out of the tent, and I got a 13.
13 will just barely hit.
Okay, well it's a 2d10, so let me.
Yeah, he's dead.
The stone slug just hits the guy, and he kind of he catches it, and it just kind of rolls him over. It's kind of one of those like he falls into the tent, and I chamber another round.
Yeah, he drops immediately with your shot. Billy, your hand has just been shattered.
Is it still usable?
Yeah, I'll say it's still usable with a -2.
Okay. I work through the pain because I want to get Dustin. So I load another tankle shot, and I go, this is the last one for you, buddy. Get in it. I roll 17, and that's now -2 to my 7, so it's +5, which is 22 to hit.
That misses. No, that hits. I'm just kidding.
I was like, what is he doing? 3 plus 4 damage, so 7, and then the strength check.
He got a 16 on his strength check.
Okay, so he keeps at it. Just means that he's going to get lightning bullets now.
So how much damage did you do?
7.
7? Okay. Okay. Now it is Carrick's turn.
Okay. Carrick will whip another a vial out there, but he's switching over to fire, looking for an opportunity of like 2 of them clumped together.
Oh, and you find it. These 2 guys are rushing towards each other side by side.
Perfect. That is a DC 15 for them.
Oh, gosh, I suck at deck saves today. They both fail like miserably.
Well, that's good because my class, that's like the only thing I get to do. Like I'm surprised. I thought one of these vials would be an attack roll, but it's all DC saves, which is not as strong as an attack roll in the long run.
Yeah.
So both of them will light up on fire and probably crash into each other and fall to the ground as they die themselves.
Yeah, they die themselves, and they explode actually in flame as these guys have obviously been helpers to the scientists. This gray just crackling and exploding to life on their body. Okay, next up is Rio.
One last thing. As a bonus action, I activate my my martial shield there, and I get Shield of Faith, bumping me to 18 armor class.
Okay, perfect. Rio.
All right. we're gonna use the bonus action once again as Rio's duplicate presses onward even further, another 30 feet closer to where Dustin has. You said he started running up a hill. So yeah, wherever it is that he's looking to try to sequester himself, the duplicate's going to continue to move it up towards him, and we're going to try the same thing that we tried last time, and draw another ace of spades from the deck and hurl it at him, trying to do guiding bolt once again. Hopefully, roll better. There we go. 17.
That will just barely miss.
Damn. All right.
This time you just get unlucky. He just stumbles in the sand as he runs up the hill, and the card whizzes over his head. He scrambles to his feet, looking over his shoulder, like spitefully at this duplicate of yours, knowing that he can't hit it, but it can hit him. And he's going to duck over the top of the dune. And it's the camp's turn. Asher, as you charge forward with these nomads, one of them is going to shoot at you again with a 17 to hit, which I believe hits you. Yours is 15, right?
Yep.
Okay, you get hit in the leg, in the center of your calf, for 11 points of damage as a bullet just rips straight through. Another one is going to take a shot at Carrick and miss with a 17, because yours is 18 now, right?
Correct.
Okay. The two that were charging up the hill towards Billy, one will shoot at Fenuku and one will shoot at Billy. The one shooting at Billy misses. The one shooting at Fenuku misses. And then, so what does this look like as you're controlling your duplicate, Rio? Are your eyes just closed as you're kind of like sitting on the side of a hill? Rio?
I'm sorry. Yeah. As the duplicate's marching in, I kind of imagine that it doesn't say this, but I imagine I probably have to keep eyes on him, at least somewhat. So, Rio's kind of, he's only going to be picking his own way forward as long as the path appears clear and there's stuff for him to hide behind. Rio's not a super brave individual.
Yeah, so as you're kind of sitting behind this hill watching your duplicate making you move, you suddenly realize that this dune that Dustin has run up is taller than your own, and you see the glint of steel as his rifle pokes around the side of it towards you. And he's going to take a shot at you. And
I'm cover at all.
He's come up around, so you don't have cover. So
Okay,
he's like aiming at you on the side you're hiding behind.
Sure.
So does a 17 hit you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So he is going to shoot you for 17 points of damage. A rifle bullet rips through your calf from this sniper that he's carrying. It rips. You feel it chip against your bone, the femur of your leg, and a piece of your femur actually juts out of this wound in your leg. And that'll be it for their turn.
He's yelling and screaming, rolling around on the ground.
Okay, next up then is Asher. The fighting in the camp is coming to an end. Many of the kind of quote-unquote outlaws have dropped their weapons to the ground, and they're kind of kneeling with hands over their heads.
Okay, so are there two combatants near me?
There's one close enough to you who's still fighting. He's kind of got a rifle up against his shoulder shooting.
I'm going to walk up to him, holding both my guns out and roll an intimidation check as I'm limping forward and blood is spilling out of me. And I'm going to be saying, I am the scales of justice. You're going to drop your weapon and you're going to free your weapon to us.
Or burn in hell.
Yeah. So I got a total of, for intimidation, I got a 22.
Yeah, his fingers fumbled with the bullet he's trying to load. It slips out of his hand, and he looks up at you and drops the rifle and just quickly falls to the ground with his hands over his head.
All right, and at that point, I'm going to... so he drops to his knees?
Yeah.
All right, and at that point, I'm going to put one of my guns in my holster and lean over and lay hands on myself for 20 points.
Okay.
But whether he hears me or not, actually 15 points. So whether he hears me or not, I don't care. And then I walk over and I'm just holding my gun on him as I'm looking around, holding everyone at bay.
Yeah, all the people who've dropped their weapons are kind of just like, they look at you, and if they catch your eye, they quickly lower their eyes to the ground. Fanuku, you have 2 more people rushing up this hill towards you.
Again, he pushes his hands into the sand, and you hear him. He calls for Narmar, and he's like, "Bring your black hands to bear." And the 21 and an 11.
21 hits, 11 does not.
Okay. So yeah, that's 6 points of damage to the first one.
Yeah, the one sees his buddy go underneath the sand, and he quickly dives out of the way as a hand grasps for him. Anything else?
Now you said Dustin had come up on a ridge.
Yeah, you haven't seen this because you haven't been paying attention to Dustin. The only 2 people who know where Dustin is currently are Billy and Rio.
Okay. And currently we don't have everybody else in the camp. Is it everybody else in the camp has gone to their knees?
Lots of people. There's still plenty standing and shooting.
All right. Yeah, I'll fire the rifle off again, and that's 17, 19. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah. He's dead.
Another stone slug whistles out and thuds into flips the guy over. Hopefully,
Yeah, Asher.
turning his buddies.
Asher, as you round a corner, you see a man raising a revolver towards you, and he's just taken in the side by something. It looks like a stone, like a rock almost. It comes flying out of nowhere, hits him in the side, and rips straight through his body, slumping him to the ground. Billy.
Billy pulls out a bright shot, I believe it's called, the electricity bullet, and he goes, "Just to be swift, just to be true, I'm gonna fucking kill you." I take this shot. If only I was a bard, right? I rolled a 19.
19 will hit on Dustin. Yeah.
No, it's a natural 19.
Yeah. Oh, that's crit. Okay. Yeah.
So 10. Is it double dice or double damage? I can't remember.
Double damage. So roll your damage, add your modifier double.
Okay. So 13, 17, 34 points.
Okay. Ow.
That is the Sniper 3 slow motion. But
Yeah,
that is my turn.
You hear a loud scream of pain from the ridge that you just shot at.
That's right, you shithead.
All right, Carrick.
Okay. Karis can first kind of assess the grounds, because there's been quite a few that have gone down at this point. Is there very many that are left willing to fight? Because I know that we called for for some of them to stand down, and some of them took it.
Yeah, there's maybe like 2 of them. Maybe there's like 3 or 4 people who look pretty hesitant about still fighting, but they're kind of on their feet still with their guns out.
Okay. Yeah, he's going to turn on them and throw the fire flask. So
Okay.
DC 15 dex.
Nat 1.
All right then. Then him, and if anybody's within 5 feet of him, will catch on fire and be disposed of.
Yeah, he goes down screaming in pain, actually tripping over and landing in a tent which wraps around him and explodes in flame as well. One of the people on the other side, who was hiding on the other side of the tent, kind of like stumbles away, like surprised, falling to the ground, dropping his gun. Yeah, into a stash of gray root. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay. Next up is Rio. Your leg is gushing blood.
Yeah. Rio is trying to kind of shimmy on the ground, moving, a little bit away, trying to put anything in between him and where Dustin has situated himself on top of the ridge. And in doing so, he's also going to draw from his deck a heart card that is going to heal him 17 points of damage as I cast Cure Light Wounds at 3rd level.
Yeah, your leg essentially restitches itself as you heal the exact amount he did to you.
Was it the exact amount? Sure enough.
Did you make a con save to keep your duplicate out, by the way? I'm kind of treating it as a spell.
Oh, I did not. It didn't say anything about that, but I will see if I can.
Well, I mean, is there a time limit on it then? Or how does it work then? How does it go away?
Sorry.
No,
I have some info written down on it, but I did it in shorthand, so let's see. Lasts for 1 minute, or until you lose concentration. There you go. I was wrong. As if you were concentrating on a spell.
Okay. So go ahead and make me that check. You'll have to get a 10 then. It's not that hard. You only did 17.
Okay. It's a con saving throw?
Yeah.
I'm going to use lucky.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, that's an 18.
Okay, yeah, that's enough. You keep concentration.
Excellent. It's 2 uses of lucky now. So was I able to get anything in between he and myself?
You could totally dash over the side of this, like over this dune and get behind it.
Yeah, I'll use my bonus action to dash then.
Okay.
Between me and him.
You dive behind this this dune, getting away from the sight of his rifle, and it'll go to the camp then. Dustin cursing and screaming on the side of the hill. You see him fumble with something and shove like a shiny, almost like a metallic purple bullet into his gun. He snaps it shut and like muttering under his breath, cursing and screaming your name. And he raises it and shoots it towards the 2 of you on top of the ridge. Thanuku and Billy, make me a dex save.
Dex +4, 18.
Okay. You both just barely succeed as he casts Fireball. So you're going to instead of taking 43 points, you're going to take 21, both of you. This bullet, as it slams into the dirt next to you, into the sand, it pauses for a second, sits there, and then a capsule on the back rotates, and the entire bullet explodes. And he ducks back behind the edge of the dune, and you hear him fumbling with something as he reloads again. So he is effectively in full cover now. So the rest of the camp just falls to their knees. They all just put their hands on their head and just get down on the ground. Asher. As your turn starts, as you're kind of looking around at the people kneeling on the ground before you, you see that explosion of flame from the ridge. Maybe Billy comes rolling over the top, flames smoldering in his body. And you see a gleam of a rifle on a ridge a little ways away. A light explodes from that part of the ridge, and the rifle is gone in the next second.
Do I see Dustin still?
No, so it's like he's gone. Like essentially where he was before, there's nobody now.
Okay. So I am going to look to Talir is with the nomads, correct?
Yeah, they're like binding all the people with like a hempen rope.
I'm going to say keep doing that. And so I'm then going to move into support to make sure that they're okay to, it looks like Billy just got fucked up really bad. So I am sprinting over there, 60 movement, to see what's going on.
Combat's over, by the way. Sorry, I forgot to mention that.
Okay. So I'm sprinting up on the hill to see if he's all right.
Yeah. So combat's officially over associated with it? Yeah, okay. Basically, my next turn was going to be reloading and taking cover and using my bonus action to do a second wind to regain some hit points. Because I want to try to find him again. But, hey, he rolled a 10, so 15 back.
Okay. He's all right. So as I'm walking up, I see him just going, "Huh, I can do this."
I do that Far Cry. I just pull my fingers slightly and the wound disappears or something.
Right. So surveying our team, the camp's ours.
Don't know what happened to Dustin, though.
We can't let him get away with that. We can't let him walk away from this.
What did he do?
I don't know. He disappeared up on that ridge.
He fired that crazy bullet and then he just disappeared behind the ridge.
Well, you're a soldier. What kind of bullet was it?
Not one that I know of. More of a siege bullet than what I'm using right now.
Rio's going to start trying to see if there's anybody that he can administer some spells to try to heal up. But he's going to be whistling for his horse as well.
Billy's going to start moving towards Dustin was on the ridge to try to see if he can try to find any hint of where he may have gone.
And as you made your way over the top of that ridge, you just see burned into the ground a large rune.
I may need someone magically inclined to understand what the heck this symbol is.
Looks like a middle finger.
Exactly, it's a middle finger.
It's an archaic middle
I have
finger.
a full understanding of this symbol.
It's got a beautifully ornate ring on it.
Yeah, so you're going to roll Arcana to try and determine what this is.
Is anybody coming up to check it? Because I have no idea about Arcana. I'm literally rolling just intelligence.
Yeah, I'll
That
go.
would be my check-in that way.
Because, yeah, I rolled a 9. Looks like a middle finger to me.
You point it out to Carrick, and Carrick, like, at first just zooms in, thinks about it as like it's an arcane symbol, starts trying to piece together, and then he stops, kind of takes a step back and looks at it. He goes, "Yeah, it kind of does look like a middle finger." The Arcana check is going to be a 24.
Yeah, and I mean, to the most intimate detail of this symbol, like you see tattooed up the middle finger, also just Dustin. And no, but the symbol itself, what it is, it's a binding circle. It's a magical circle that is tied to another location. Essentially, he used it to move himself somewhere else.
So it probably went back to home base or something.
Since
Sorry.
Dustin is nearby, Carrick will fish around inside his bag and he pulls out a water skin and hands it to him. It's gonna taste pretty terrible, but you might want to drink this.
Who are you doing that to?
For Dustin.
Dustin's not there. He's the bad guy. Are you doing
Or, sorry,
Billy?
not Dustin, for you. Yes.
Okay. I drink the crazy elixir because I don't distrust this man.
Hooray.
Tastes like horse piss.
I was going to say the whole thing just tastes like cherry Sudafed, and you got to drink a lot of it.
Oh, jeez.
Cherry Sudafed mixed with Zima.
Ah, damn. At least it's smooth.
So it's going to be 3d8.
Is that my roll or your roll?
I roll it.
Okay.
So that is 12, 16 HP restored.
So that puts me to 48 out of 57, so I should be good.
I had already rolled 2, so you can have the 9 point. And then I've got a secondary one that I cast if whoever needs some.
Oh, 9 points would have gotten me straight to it.
Oh, perfect, good. And then I've got a 14.1 if somebody's still down.
Yeah. If you're in and out, that'll be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'll heal up Billy the rest of the way, and then I'll get Fanuco. What was that?
How's Carrick looking?
Fine.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah. Fanuco would look at the symbol and stuff, and look back at the tomb and wonder if maybe he's relocated himself inside this tomb. I don't think. What are we gonna do with these guys? We just leave them to the tribals?
Oh, we
Law of
should
the land?
try to keep them rounded up.
Maybe one of them knows where Dustin went. And he kind of turns around and looks kind of knowingly at whichever one is the nearest. Kind of he pulls out his revolver, which is called a full house, and starts kind of spinning the chamber.
The guy on the ground looks up at you. I don't know. I swear. I just got hired on to help. I'm muscle. That's it.
And you just grew up out of the sand?
I mean, no. I mean, he did carry the governor's writ, but I mean,
You came from somewhere, yeah? A headquarters, a base of operations.
I didn't know this was illegal. I mean, he has a governor's seal.
As the governor's seal, you say. You may not know a whole lot about where he went, but which is his tent?
Kind of like looks up, and you see one burning with a guy like floundering within it. And he kind of like looks at that one and then looks back at you guys.
I'm going to go check his tent to see if anything survived about this writ, as I'm carrying with the sniper rifle across my shoulder.
Okay, your investigations would find that it was completely, like, everything inside was burnt. Except for a small black coin with a hand on it.
And a middle finger.
And a middle finger.
All these middle fingers. You already took the bit. I take like a handkerchief or just like a small piece of cloth to pick it up because I don't want to touch it myself in case it's cursed and may curse me anyways. But I basically take it and kind of turn it over to see if it has any symbols before I bring it back to the party going, anybody know what this is other than a coin?
Rio, you know. You said in the chat.
Yeah, I've heard of there's a group. They call themselves the Black Hand. And that seems like it might be one of their calling cards.
So he may be Black Hand and a Grave Robin band? I gotta stop rhyming.
But if he's a part of the Black Hand, then this runs a little bit deeper than we may have first thought.
Especially if the governor's involved.
Agreed.
As you guys are deliberating, Talir would approach you. If you would accompany me, I must put the spirits to rest.
I wrap up the coin and kind of just put it into my pocket, going, either way, I'll follow.
Sure, Talir. Yeah, absolutely. Whatever you say, he'll follow as well.
And
Yeah,
Talir would make
he's
his way
still
down into the tomb.
kind of limping, following along.
Okay, could you keep an eye out for any of the gray root stuff to make sure that it isn't already set up in this tomb?
Talir nods. I'll keep an eye open, I promise.
Oh, I asked Carrick since he's our alchemist.
Oh, I thought you said Talir. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can roll me perception as you enter. Talir. I'm not Talir, Carrick.
Okay, that will be a 23.
It smells like old gray root, as it like the smoke, residual smoke of it, as if they have been using it here.
Carrick will notate it, but not really make an issue of it just yet.
As you follow Talir through the tomb, eventually you reach a large circular room with alcoves carved into the wall, each of which holds a body. And standing in the center of the room, a figure looks over his shoulder, and it's Dustin. He is holding a solid gold object in his hand and just smiles as he reaches and pulls out a scroll. You have one chance to react. What do you do?
Cast hold person. Just kidding.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can try, but...
Were we all going in together, or was it just Carrick?
Just the first person through the door would see him standing there with this.
Throw acid.
You throw acid.
Yep.
Okay.
Screw that scroll. Come on, magical explosion of death.
My deck saves, I swear, I nat 1'd again.
All right.
Okay.
The object takes maximum damage, so 18 damage to the paper.
Okay. And actually, I want you to roll me a luck die instead of damage.
Okay. That is an 8.
Okay. Wow. Okay. He manages... this scroll is his lifeline. He pulls it out of the way, but you land it on his hand. And his hand sizzles, and he screams in pain and drops the golden orb. And he looks at you, and the blood dripping from his hand intermingled with the acid. He slaps it down on the scroll, and he looks at you for a long moment. He says, "I'll remember you." And then disappears in a flash of light.
Well, that's all right. I think you already have my dossier. And he's going to walk over to the orb.
Okay. And if you were to look at it, it's a golden eye. Not like James Bond, but like.
Tanier, does this look familiar to you, this orb?
Not to me. Perhaps our new friend might know something. And while he hands it over to the nomad.
So you picked it up though.
Yeah.
In the moment your hand touches it, suddenly you stand outside yourself. You are able to see the entirety of Providence. It all splays out before you. And you see blackness in several parts. As you stare into holding this eye, looking down upon everything, you become aware of a corruption that kind of is like seeping into the heart of the land. And just as quickly as this all happens, you come back out, and the golden orb, this eye, rolls out of your hand until Lear catches it.
I think that might belong to you.
And he kind of frowns. Are you okay?
Yeah. It's fine. It's been a while since I've been with my family, and sometimes more traditional elven things catch me off guard.
So you rolled a 25 on his insight, and he looks at you and switches to Elvish. Did you see something?
Yeah. Ill omens.
And his eyes kind of widen. And under his breath, he asks where you're from, where your place of origin is.
Carrot kind of looks around and says it almost as if it's shameful. He says, "I'm from much south from here, deeper into the deserts."
And he would look down at the golden orb in his hand and look back up at you. And he says, only the descendants of a chief can use this.
Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a man who makes bullets.
And he frowns at this and shakes his head. And then he pulls a dagger from his hand and slices his hand. And he goes from body to body, placing it on their foreheads.
Seems a little dramatic, but I guess that's the way things work around here.
He looks at you. Only the blood of the chief can keep them quiet, can keep them resting.
He was going to produce a bottle that he may or may not have stolen from the Lucky Lady Saloon earlier before Wayne got there. And he's going to just kind of spin well, I guess it wouldn't be a screw top. He's going to pull the cork off, and he's just going to start drinking straight from the bottle.
Ash is going to take out his flask, and he's going to hold it out ready to be filled.
Real obliged.
And this is everybody's final chance to do something. This is the end of the session.
Well, we're not sure whether we solved the issue or not, but we've found other problems that we'll have to rectify later. Guess right now we can only call it a day. We've won the battle, and hopefully we'll win the war at the end of this.
Oh, you're so dramatic, Billy. All this talk of battle and wars.
We let him monologue. Somebody give him some whiskey or something.
He'll hand the bottle over to Billy.
And actually, Ash looks over to Carrick and says, "I think Carrick needs a drink." Actually,
Carrick kind of shakes off the whole thing, and he looks over to Billy. He goes, 7 tangle shots by my count.
I shot 2 of them.
Huh. Thought those tangle shots had a distinct sound to them. Must have just been too many bullets in the area. I'll have some more for you. And he walks away from the whole scene.
All right.
All right. Well, Talir continues from body to body until they've all been marked on their forehead with blood. And we pan outwards to a different scene as a screaming man appears clutching his hands on an immaculate marble tile floor. He looks upwards as a very finely dressed gentleman makes his way down the stairs with a cane. Governor Marsh looks down at Dustin. Just shakes his head slowly. Not only did you fail on retrieving me the eye, you also failed by getting yourselves found out. And let me guess, you also left behind everything incriminating. And Dustin would just kind of look up at him and shake his head, and then lower his eyes and just nod. And the governor just shakes his head. Unfruitful, unfruitful. Well, Dustin, that's strike 1. You know what happens when strike 2 comes, yes? And he turns and starts to walk back up the stairs. First Sheriff Gray, now you. 2 failures. Well, I guess I'll have to bring my bigger pieces to play next time. And he looks back at Dustin. Go and fetch the syndicate. And continues back up the stairs. And that is where we'll end the session.
Oh, man. That was great.
It was fantastic.
Oh, that end bit, too.
definitely.
Well, this has been The Wrath of the Sand, a D&D 5e one-shot set in my homebrew, Providence. So we'll do quick outros. If you have an epilogue for your character, go ahead and do it. We'll start with Dave and end with Kyle.
Hey, folks. Again, I've been Dave, and I've been playing Asher Duggan, and Vengeance Paladin tonight. Have a lot of fun. Definitely great to play with Nathaniel and Ty and Jeremy again. It was nice to finally play with Chris and to meet Kyle. Look forward to playing with you guys again, and awesome. Thanks for watching tonight.
Thanks for playing, man. Going on to Carrick, Chris.
I'm Chris. I'm with Drop Dice and Point of Inspiration. Another great game. This is game 2 for 2 for me this week, and I'll be out again tomorrow playing another game, which is through Absolute Tabletop, and I can't think of the name at the moment, but if you check out the events tabs, I know that there are multiple games going. So if you do find one to watch tomorrow or play in, check it out. Oh, wait, remembered, Monster Hunter, which is an Alan Holloway campaign where we get to play in Dragon Grin as monster hunters that are probably not the best people for the job, to be honest.
Awesome. Thanks for playing, man. Going on to Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. Thank you once again if you did tune in and watch this. Thank you for anybody who may be watching it later on. Yeah, my name is Jeremy. Again, I have a YouTube channel if you want to try to check it out. Good luck finding it. You can you can try to track me down through Facebook, specifically through the Absolute Tabletop group. Once again, I can't tout that group of people enough. It's founded by 4 amazing guys, and it's filled with even more amazing people. So yeah, check it out. And Tyler, thank you for a fantastic game, man. I've played with you a couple of times before. I think more than once. And this was the first time I got the chance to play underneath of you, and it was worth it. Very, very much worth the wait.
Yeah,
And,
lots of Jacob Norman games, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And the four gentlemen that joined me this evening, thank you. It was a pleasure to run beside you. And yeah, I had a great time, guys. Thank you.
Awesome, man. Thanks for playing, Jeremy. Yeah, if you like this style of game, this Western feel, go check out his channel. Like I said, he's got a ton of games he's run for this style on there. Going on to Nathaniel.
All right. Yeah, I've been playing Fanuku, the very odd Goliath. Anyway, yeah, great to actually get in a game with Tyler here, and Jeremy and Kyle. This is the first time for playing with you guys. Dave, yeah, we've run our fair share. Hopefully, we'll get in to finish up with Alan Holloway's Prisoners of Moloch there. And Chris, anytime you decide to run some more blades, I'm there. Yeah, looking forward to showing up next time. We'll see you guys.
Thanks for playing, Nathaniel. All right, going on to Kyle.
Hey, Kyle again, playing Billy. It was really great fun playing with you guys. Like, this was an amazing first time, and I hope to play with you guys again sometime. Love to play another Providence game because this is amazing. I watched with the other group that you did with Providence, and I was going to join that one until things had gotten too busy for me. Like I said, the group that I moderate with, which I haven't done a whole lot because it's a small group, only like 24 members currently, is Chaotic Neutral Gaming. Once again, it has a bunch of just random game stuff, people just talking and such. It's great. But yeah, I'm happy to continue doing this any other time, playing Billy or playing anybody else even.
Yeah, man. Great first experience, man. Joining the online community. Make sure you get into more games, dude. And yeah, everyone, thanks for playing. This was the Wrath of the Sand. And thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching, everybody.